fuck you too. Fuck you! Guys, I'm only racist against racists. Raymond, what's up, brother? How's it going, good sir? Welcome, welcome. We have a new command.
Pregnant man, pregnant man, pregnant man, pregnant man.
See, my gay percentage is going up. 393%. Fuck yeah. He talks with such a confidence and understanding that people go, nah, there's no way, fuck off, dude, kind of thing. Like, he's a real know-it-all and shit like that. Oh shit, it's my meth dealer. Uh-oh. You better run, Carnegie. You owe him some fucking money, bro. If you an OG of the channel, you getting yourself a copy. Free copy. You'll probably get drafting copies if you guys want once I finish the first draft. Because I'm willing to throw like a couple $100 at that to send out like 10 or 15 like paper copies to like dedicated fans. And this one is only 8,000. Meantime, here's the sort of nice thing to say to a gal, as to which I've said to one, and I'd say that it worked well. A mind as valuable as diamonds and gold, however the heart that fears the Lord is valuable that the world itself, according to me that is. You do. Think carefully. Duart's eyes lit up. Could you talk to Hojin for me? Cullis grinned. Genius. He'll know what to do. At the front of the line, Hojin sighed. Duart should have left with the first years. Cullis, what's this about? Cullis stepped forward. Sorry, sir, it's urgent. Duart's parents want to convince to expand outside the tree. With guild collateral, it's profitable. This guy's been he's been arrested like 142 times. It's like, okay, yeah, okay, send him. Right? It's like at what point in time, oh, this guy robbed a bank, right? And Bezos, yes, innocent, it will happen with innocent people, but people have been thrown into life prison many times, only to be found out they died. After they died, they were innocent. Yes, it happens, Bezos. But it's the more extreme that you push it, the more extreme it will be, because it's like, you know, at that point, I would fault the system, I wouldn't fault the outcome. That's how it goes sometimes, but thanks for sticking around, thanks for hanging out. This game was quite fucking interesting, you know, it is what it is. It's a fucking gotcha game. What you gonna do? Pretty fucking funny though, you know? We got our asses handed to us, that's all that matters. But anyways, hey, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Like, she purposefully, like, puts herself, like hanging on the edge of, like a cliff or a building to make herself feel terrified, to make him feel terrified. Shit like that, like just crazy shit that like an absolute psycho would do. Yeah, this one. AR, multiplayer, FPS in China. Who else loved paintball or airsoft as a kid? This would be so hype with none of the mess. Perfect for an urban community. But it's like they're using it to train kids to be soldiers. That's literally what China's doing. I mean, it may look like it's all fun and games until, like, World War III and he puts them all on the battlefield because he can't afford fucking drones.
I'm just proud of the fact that I can get my face on stream. I can show a window of my, like, internet thing. And I can have sound. That's my goals right now.
Hell yeah, start small.
Yeah.
Stream Elements does it.
I have a BRB stream scene as well. I figured that out.
Nice. I have one, but I don't use it. It's
Well, you never leave the stream.
Sometimes I do, but then I'm like, yo, what's up, everyone? How's it going? We back again, another day. How's everyone? Good to see y'all. Yeah. Ooh, it's a big day today. Got another release out today. Woo! So all of the videos are done. They sound terrible. Are you sick? Are you sick, book? That's never good. It's a good way I cut part of my first 4 chapters. It's much better now. I needed to do it as there was too much overlap. Oh my god, it's my voice. Oh hell no. No, in the preview thing. Oh, you talk. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I see what you mean. You know when you're getting the stream set up and you run past streams? Yeah. And I haven't, like, I really should go back to doing the stream highlight reels and stuff like that, but we'll have to wait until we're, like, so far ahead on our other stuff. It takes, like, an hour to do that every day, and I don't have an hour to do that every day. So, since October, I haven't done that. So I knew the day I stopped doing it, the day I'd never do it again, and then I stopped doing it, and here we are. 3, 2, 1, talk! Ooh. Alright. Alright. So, funny thing, guys. We're ready. Oh, we're so ready, Mango. So, you know, we had that discussion yesterday with Connection Line about hormone treatments on kids. And I always like to say, I'm at the point where I've been like too far ahead of the curve. So it's like whenever I have like a big discussion like that, it'll be like 2 or 3 or 4 days, and then someone either like Charlie or Asman or someone else will say something that I literally said like 2 days before, and I'm like, yeah, see, I'm not copying them, they're copying me, because I said it first. And today, Asman went off and it was like, okay, I don't know how it got into the conversation of it, but, oh, it was the exact same thing, that's what it was. Because I find it funny that every single time someone brings up like trans kids and like hormone treatments on kids, the only defense people have for it is you're uninformed. Nails do not suit your male body. Well, shit, what am I gonna do about that, book? I guess I gotta kill myself, right? Like, fuck, right? Like, there's nothing else I can do. I just have to kill myself. But I just want to bring up this clip because it's actually, no, become female. But that's not what I want to do. And the discussion last night was that if, like, the whole, like, trans kids thing was, like, being a pushed agenda, like, when I was a kid, my parents probably would have transitioned to me because, like, I was very outwardly, like, like, I was gender fluid, right? I like wearing dresses. I like playing, not just flamboyant, like over the top. Like, I wanted to wear my sister's clothes. Like, yeah, just everything about it. And I was like, oh, okay. So my parents were like, okay, well, you know, do whatever you want to do, right? Instead of being like, oh, you're actually a girl. Okay, well, we're gonna change you into that. I want to hear my brother. I want to wear my brother's clothes. Yeah, so it's like, oh, well, you're not. Does that mean you're trans? No. So it's like, it's like that was the argument, is that like nowadays, no matter, it's like they say that trans is a spectrum, but they're like the only thing you can do is transition. Well, if it's a spectrum, then why is the only thing you can do transition, right? And as we made like a really, really, really good point with this, with what everyone kind of says about this, and it actually really resonated with me. Which is totally understandable.
That's totally different. Like, yeah, it'd be weird if you get to date him. I mean, like, yeah, it's got to be consensual.
It's like here.
Everything else is obvious. You don't need to even think about shit yourself.
After this.
Yeah, and such a truth bringer, my wife agrees with me most of the time. Yeah, I guess so. You seen the Razor desktop hologram? I'm gonna get to know women best. Well, I mean, maybe they do, right? I mean, go look at the autocompletes and help with Caseytron. Yeah. So anyway, they also have a scale. Yeah, they have a scale, and they get to pick 10 girls in the state of Mississippi.
Was it earlier?
But
from academic.
Or was it later and just went back in the VOD?
Okay, gender. I'm not going to affirm a third. Yeah,
oh.
Get used to this,
okay,
guys.
Here.
Get used to it. There it is. Karen's teaching Islam. There we go. Silence Muslims. A white liberal woman is speaking.
That's right. That's how it started with white liberal women trying to tell Muslims how to live their life,
well,
and then being like,
"Yeah, we had to deal with this for a long time, but I just do not even know what to say. Just one more picture of me, and I will be defeated. This is a terrible meme. I'm sorry, it's actually dog water. I think honestly, I think this Destiny meme was funny. I do. I think it was funny. People think it wasn't funny. I think it's funny. So yeah." That's not even what that means. Oh, you're trying to pay attention to what she's trying to say. Yeah, liberal women need to shut the fuck up. Oh, God. And anyway, so, yeah, there it is. The politics of an African warlord. I love it. What a compliment. And, yeah, keep it and double it to the next guy, right? Trump's making fun of trans in his speech.
My stance is I don't care what's in your pants.
Crashing out saying this.
Well, it's just to me, Book, my thing is, everyone's like, oh, if you have gender dysphoria, the only solutions to it are you kill yourself or you get gender surgery. That's literally my problem with people that are like, oh, we should give hormones to kids. I'm like, if you're of sound mind, you can wait till you're 18 to transition. If you're not of sound mind, which would be someone who would be like, no, I'm going to kill myself because I'm in the wrong body, you're obviously not of sound mind. Why would you allow someone who's not of sound mind to make a life-changing decision? And you wouldn't do that with any other thing in the entirety of reality, but for some reason, you'll do it with gender. But if I'm like, oh, I'm going to kill myself because I'm actually one-eyed, or I'm one-armed, or I'm one-legged, so I want you to cut off my leg or my arm, right? It's like, it's exactly the same, but people don't treat it the same for some fucked up reason, which pisses me off.
Shit or not, and a stunning blow to all the oh wait, oh, it just went away. The White House press secretary, Trump
it should be coming up. Where the hell does he start talking about it?
I don't think that you can change your gender. You genuinely.
So that's where it started, but.
Is this what's gonna happen? Stunning blow to all the oh wait, oh,
I don't know. I guess we're close enough to it because that's where it starts. But someone literally says you're uninformed, and I thought it was just so funny because that's what Connection Line kept saying last night: is you're uninformed, and I'm like, okay, if I'm uninformed, inform me. And they're like, oh, well, look it up yourself, and I'm like, shut the fuck up. No, you're the one telling me. Give me if you have the information, give me the information, or you're fucking lying.
Is this what's gonna happen? I got 15,000 bucks riding on the fact that it doesn't happen.
And you could say that for literally any topic across the line for anything.
No, I don't care if you're trans or not. These are my actual viewpoints on being trans. I actually tremendously empathize with trans people, and while I don't think that you can change your gender, you genuinely can't. Like, it's not biologically possible yet.
Unless he said yet.
To affirm a person's identity.
My belief is I don't have to believe your shit. Exactly.
I'm not going to
and again, but my thing was, I said to Connection Line, because Connection Line's trans, right? I said to Connection Line, I think, hormone treatment on kids, or any kind of intervention under 18, is bad because you're not allowed, and the reason I said it is because you're not allowed to do it for anything else. If you could get tattoos at 10 years old, I'd be like, well, I mean, it's a principled stance. If you're allowed to get tattoos and you're allowed to get all these other things, before 18, then yeah, sure, go for it. But if you're not allowed to do these other life-changing things like getting a tattoo, then why is it you can do it with gender? And Connection Line literally called me bigoted and said that I'm against trans people and I'm transphobic because I don't want hormone treatment on people under 18. And that's what led it into a 3-hour conversation, because I was like, yo, bro, shut the fuck up. Like, do you understand how absolutely crazy you sound right now? And that's literally like saying, oh, you can't prosecute black people for a crime because it's racist. That's literally what he's saying, is like, oh, no, you have to treat it as if they're like the perfect people and they're absolutely innocent and they can do no wrong. It's like, if you even think that a black person can commit a crime, you're racist. It's like, that's literally the level of thinking that it's at.
Gender, but if somebody wants...
So the whole time I'm trying to just bring Connection Line back down to reality and be like, trying to get him to realize what he's saying is actually crazy.
Wants to dress, act, and behave like a female, and then, you know...
And people have the choice to not vaccinate their child, which is crazy to me. Yeah, there are diseases that are making comebacks in the 21st century that we literally eliminated for more than 150 years. Like, polio is making a fucking comeback because people don't want to take fucking vaccines. It's so retarded. And then they say, oh no, we actually want to have the best world possible. Same with like Maduro, where people are like, oh no, it's bad. That's Korean, Void. How do you know Korean? No, I know. Apparently, I don't know if Void is from Korea, but they said they were in Korea, and I'm like, well, are they either in Korea because they're going there for the funeral for their grandfather, or are they Korean and they just are now saying that they're Korean? Okay, so you are Korean. I wasn't sure. You're in Korea, but you're not Korean. Or are you just in Korea because you're in Korea and it has nothing to do with that? You're just like, it was a holiday and we're in Korea now. Because I need pictures of you playing you're Korean. Okay, you are Korean. That's fucking awesome. Okay, I didn't know that. That's amazing. Korea is my second favorite country next to Japan. Suddenly interested. I'm like, just... So I'm guessing, Void, you're like half Korean, or you just, is it just, because like I have never heard a Korean speak English like with your accent, right? Like you have a clearly Western accent, but that might just be due to the fact that you're younger and English is a more substantially dominant language now in South Korea than it was like 20 years ago. I was born in Seoul. That's badass. Because Artosis, my favorite commentator for StarCraft, he is I learned a lot. Hell yeah. His wife is Canadian, he's American, but he moved to Korea. So his kids aren't Korean by ethnicity, they're Korean by culture, right? No, Book. Void is a youngin. She's a youngin. I know, right? Can't make all these jokes.
Want to be treated that way, I'm willing to play along with that because I just want to have a harmonious society with as little friction as possible. That's this is what I think. And if you don't think this, I'm not going to make you think this. This is what I think. I
need to learn
have a
Korean.
amount of empathy for trans people, and the reason why I do is because when I lost my teeth, I looked at myself in the mirror and I didn't recognize the kind of person that I was, and I hated the way I looked.
Book loves BTS.
I hated the fact that I wasn't where I was in my own mind, and it made me... It created a level of cognitive dissonance.
Because people love creative writing, and the new thing... Book, it's a good thing. You know what it shows? it shows that writing is it's not just like audiobooks and everything that's making a comeback. It's writing in general is making a comeback because all of these young people are out here like writing. And I love it. It's fucking amazing.
In the mirror, and it fucked my head up a lot, and it really bothered me. So when I think about the experience that a trans person has, I think about that multiplied by 1,000. And then everything in your whole life is catered around the way that people are interacting with you in this way.
And my thing, again, Book was saying to Void, or to Connection Line, because Connection Line was saying the reason why you have to transition kids at a young age if you know that they're trans is because it will ruin their childhood if, you know, they think they're in the wrong body their entire childhood. And my argument was, why does your gender affirm anything about your childhood? Right? Like, if you're like under 12, nothing about life should be dictated around your gender, right? And he was making a plea basically to like your voice and like not liking your own voice, which I went into the argument with because I hate my voice. But I accept it because it is what it is, right? It'd be like the same thing with like, oh, you know, I hate my skin color because I'm not black. It's like, well, it's a little over the top. But, so like, what do you want me to say in Korean? I just like Asians in generals. If I spelled that correctly, that's BTS love language. Let me think. Your favorite TV show in Korean. 3, 2, 1, go!
So I can empathize with them, and I can see, you know what, whether you actually are the other gender or not, I realize how much pain you must be in and how unpleasant and horrible this must be for you to be put in a body that you feel like isn't your own. So I try to be extremely sympathetic and understanding to these people because I view them as being a victim of circumstance. They're a victim of their own feelings. They're a victim of the way that, you know, they've been born, and they wish it wasn't that way. I think there's a lot of people that feel that way. I empathize with them too.
I mean, imagine being born in a third world country, right? How much would you wish you were born in either in a Western first world country? Like, just look at the rest of the world and be like, I spawned literally in the worst place in the fucking world. Just I have an argument that works on Connection side. What is it, Book? Because I love hearing, oh, Squid Games. I still need to watch that. Ah, yes, you were watching that. Book, I would love the argument, because that's the thing. I want someone to give me an argument that would make me change my mind. Now, Scotty, what do you want me to say? One day, Artosis will become an ASL champion in StarCraft. One day, he will do it. Even if he's the last person ever playing StarCraft and he's playing a game against himself, Artosis will one day win the ASL. Bro, nah. Something easy. When I put on my smile, the whole world shines. How about that? We can talk in Discord after I read book story void. Just remind me. I know I was very dodgy yesterday, but it's because I was fucking tired as shit. And I was like, if I get in Discord, I'm just gonna fall asleep. But I didn't want to say that. So I just kept being a dick. And being like, oh, yeah, right. Discord, yeah. Right, I forgot. I'm fucking such a dick.
do, but I think because gender is such a core element that really it's horrible really to imagine what that would be like if you were something that you believe that you weren't. And so that's generally how I view it. I think that anybody pushing gender ideology and trans ideology on anybody under like 16 is basically.
So my other side is for mental illness, which I know gender fluidity is not, but it's similar in this argument. We give children medication for that, for things like psychosis and schizophrenia. Yes, and Connection Line argued about giving kids Tylenol and aspirin. So I think your argument is legitimate, whereas his argument or their argument was like a little too far, right? Like giving someone aspirin is not a life-changing thing. At least we don't consider it a life-changing thing. Maybe we should. Well, like, it's the reason why they have kids Tylenol. Right? It's like, they're like, oh shit, okay, Tylenol's bad, maybe we need to make a kid's version of it. Right? And so there's an acknowledgement there that, okay, maybe this is too much. Right? But it's not a life-changing, irreversible thing. Right? And then Connection Line was like, well, you know, gender transition isn't irreversible. And I'm like... And then I was saying, you know, like, basically top surgery for cutting off your tits. And it's like, oh, they don't cut off your tits, they just remove the fat. And I'm like, look at the mental gymnastics that you're using. It doesn't matter what words we're using. At the end of the day, they don't have tits anymore. That's the whole point of having top surgery. My brother bled from his butt because of aspirin and Tylenol. I know, Book. That's why I said it's a societal thing. I think Tylenol and aspirin are fucking terrible, and society has just accepted that they're things that we can use. It's better to strain through the headache than it is to take aspirin. But we take aspirin because our society is about quick fixes. Just like all the autistic kids that are going to be born when all those women were pumping back Tylenol because Trump said that Tylenol was bad for you. And they're like, no, it's not. I'm pregnant. I'm going to take Tylenol. I'm going to prove to them, like, how stupid do you have to be to put your kid at risk over like, basically trying to spite someone? At that point, I think it should, you should literally go to jail. No, there's like, there's actually a huge thing about, like, pregnant women and autism. I mean, it's public health, but I mean, it's just kind of one of those things, right? But no, there was a huge thing about it with like RFK and everything. Uh, I'm pretty sure Tylenol warnings do not use while pregnant. I'm pretty sure Tylenol says 2001, a group of doctor scientists issued a consensus statement on acetaminophen during pregnancy. They noted its its potential to interfere with fetal development, possibly leaving lingering effects on the brain, reproductive, urinary systems, and genital development. So they have a label on the warning that says don't take it when you're pregnant. So if it has a warning on the label that says don't take it when you're pregnant, maybe you shouldn't take it when you're pregnant. I'm just going to say that.
Basically a child predator and a groomer, and they should be put in jail. I don't think that you should be able to do any sort of medical intervention to make somebody trans before they're 18. I think that you should be able to do any medical intervention after 18 to be trans. I think it's totally fine. And I don't see a problem with it. So that's actually, like, you want my actual viewpoint on it. That's my actual viewpoint on it. So yeah, there you go.
And then someone's going to say uninformed.
Is that crazy? Like, yeah. Yeah, genuine moment of empathy? Well, no.
I don't know what thalidomide is.
That extremer.
Book.
People don't know this because they listen. People have selective empathy. They have very selective empathy. I don't. I have deep, great empathy. I don't look.
My
at
stance
what's
is if
good or
everyone under
bad.
18
I
has to
look at
suffer,
what's
the
right.
people in the wrong body
And I
can
do
suffer
what's
as
right.
well.
That's it. And humble. I am.
Yeah,
the most,
that's
no,
what I mean.
no,
Because
no,
why
I'm
is
being
gender
honest.
so
I'm
specifically
being honest.
unique?
And I will
Is the
always
flipper
make the
baby
right
crisis?
decision
Oh, I don't
for
know.
myself.
I've never heard of that. I don't know what
I
that
do
is.
that all the time. So yes.
I just want this guy to say uninformed because I love that's the one argument everyone
Opinion on
always
women's
uses.
Restrooms in sports. It's actually so simple. Restrooms are based on sexuality and sexual organs. You cannot change a penis into a vagina. You cannot change a vagina into a penis. You can't do it. You can do something that's similar to it, but you cannot 1 to 2 and you cannot 2 to 1. You should be using the gender in my actually.
In the late 1950s and early 1960s, thalidomide was prescribed to women in 46 countries who were pregnant or who subsequently became pregnant and consequently resulted in the biggest anthropogenic medical disaster ever, with more than 10,000 children born with a range of severe deformities, such as phocomelia, as well as thousands of miscarriages. And was this prescribed as, like, a painkiller?
This is actually what I think. This might sound like kind of an extreme opinion. I think that a trans, like a woman that transitions to a man should be able to use the men's bathroom, but a man that transitions to a woman.
No, I don't think so. It's
should
just a
not be
huge
able to
medical
use the
thing.
woman's bathroom.
Well, why did they use it for? What was the
Does that make
purpose
sense?
of giving it to people? It was like, this is a vitamin that'll
And
help
so-
you get better. Oh shit, we just killed
No.
your baby. Oops.
Okay.
That to me is a
Let
psyop
me
by the
explain the
government
reason
that's
why.
clearly meant to, like, it's purposeful.
Women's bathrooms are made to protect women. That's number. We all agree on that, right? It's
And it's like this.
safe
This is another problem with the argument is people never do the argument based upon the basic reasons. If men and women were equal, we wouldn't have separate bathrooms. The reason we have separate bathrooms is because if we had the same bathrooms, the amount of women that get assaulted in bathrooms would be like it would skyrocket, right? And the whole thing of allowing trans like women into bathrooms, as he'll talk about this, is if you look like me and you're like, if I don't have makeup on and I have a beard, fucking ads! Initially used in the late 1950s sedative to relieve morning sickness in pregnant women. Oh my god, so it was literally, holy shit. Oh my god. That's brutal. That's fucked. I mean, and that's the thing, is there are things that go horribly wrong with medicine. That's why we need to stop being so, like, lenient with it. Like, I want to see in 20 or 30 years there are some good documentaries on it. I'll have to check that out. That's pretty fun. I can't believe I've never heard of that before. Because I'm huge into that. Like medical fuck-ups and shit like that. Like, how is there not a conspiracy that I haven't heard about this? Guys, there's a conspiracy that I didn't know. I feel like someone who doesn't know about Agartha right now. Even Mr. Ballin covered it once. Really? I'm like, that had to have been the one video that I missed. I swear I've seen every single Mr. Ballin video. Maybe I just don't remember. It's possible. I've been watching Ballin for like fucking 6 years. Okay. So we're back. But yeah. He'll talk about this. And it's like, when you're trying to make an argument for something, right? And it's like a cultural or something like that, emotional response, you gotta look at the reason why things are. Why do we have separate leagues of sports for men and women? Why do we have separate bathrooms for men and women? It's to protect the integrity of women. So, if the goal is to protect the integrity of women, then everything we should do should be to do that. And it should be a bias towards protecting women. Because what the fuck is a trans woman who turned into a man, goes into a man's bathroom, and assaults a man? What are the chances that that man's actually not going to be able to just punch the shit out of that woman? It's like 1%. Sure, there are some, but it's like, it's so significantly low, it's statistically irrelevant. Whereas the women and men is very relevant. Because just because you're a trans doesn't automatically make you a good person either. Exactly. And it's just the idea of, if you normalize in society allowing, or just like it's the desensitization to seeing a man walk into a woman's bathroom. If you ever see a man walk into a woman's bathroom, you're like, yo, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you immediately call it out. Unless it's like maybe a dad going in there with their kid. Right? That's like the only time, like, you have like a 3-year-old daughter. Like, to me, that's an exception. Yeah, you can go into the women's bathroom, right? Like, in that case, he should announce it as. Oh, that's another thing too. And working working at Walmart. Literally, the cashier is here and the bathrooms are here. So, you know, they'd come up to us and be like, hey, my daughter has to go to the bathroom. Can, like, kind of go in there? And we'll be like, yeah, you know, just shout. Because we have, like, male janitors, right? So, like, they'll just be like, yo, and they'll basically knock on the wall and be like, yo, anyone in there? When they go to clean the bathrooms, right? So it's the same thing. It's about respect and announcing. And like, understanding for those very, very off potential ones. Other than that, we shouldn't normalize just like, you see a guy walk into the women's bathroom and you just don't do anything because you're like, oh, well, what if he's trans? No, that shouldn't be how it is. You shouldn't allow the 1% to control the 99%.
For women, because women are smaller, weaker, and they can be more easily taken advantage of by a man. Equality isn't real. I don't care about equality. I care about what's right.
True.
So,
I'm not about optics, I'm about reality. And reality sucks, and you have to accept that.
If a woman who is transitioned to a man go into the women's bathroom, you create a cultural expectation of being able to watch a presenting male walk into a women's bathroom. So you're going to have a lot of false negatives rather than false positives, because you could just have a man walk into the woman's bathroom at that point and say that they're trans. Mm-hmm. So I think only people presenting and identifying as women should be able to go into the women's bathroom that are biologically women. Or sorry, I think only biologically women that present and identify as women should be able to go into the women's bathroom.
So if you're a trans woman who's a man,
that, in my opinion,
who's very manly and masculine, you should go to the male. My theory is, a trans woman allowed in the bathroom with women, and we have to take the risk. It's not a trans woman, but a man, then we should be able to carry weapons to defend ourselves. I agree with the second part without even having the first part. Book, I think you should just be able to have a weapon, because sadly, we live in a society where the victims are the ones that get prosecuted and the criminals are the ones that get away. So if I'm gonna go to jail for something, actually, I'm gonna bring this up because I hope I liked it. I saw this the other day and I thought this was fucking amazing. This is so... I don't think I liked it. But it was like dad defending his daughter, and it was like some sort of show or something like that. And some dude said, from the crowd, shouted, "You can marry me." And then the dad comes out, and he freaks the fuck out, and he's like, "She's fucking 16, bro. I'm gonna fucking kill you." and I'm gonna go to fucking jail, and I'm gonna fucking deserve it. But I'm gonna do what's fucking right, and I'm gonna fucking kill you. And I was like, damn, bro, hell yeah. I'm behind that. Like, I had a co-worker when I worked at like the pizza place I worked at, and she worked at one of the bars in town as well, but she was like 14, and she was telling the story of how she got fired because she was told by a manager to go onto the bar side of like the kitchen, but she's not allowed because she's not 19, and you know, she's 14, so she did it because she's like, well, they told me to do it, and some guy pinched her ass and she punched him in the face, and then they fired her. And I was like, yo, dude, you need to fucking go to some work comp and do some shit with that. That is, you could get some major fucking money for that shit. Like, major fucking money.
Does that make sense? Like, I don't
Yeah,
think there's,
that's
I
what
don't
I
think I'm
said.
crazy for this, but I
Fucking
think it's
sue
really just
them.
that's the way it is. Yeah, he's another note
Yeah.
from Greenland. Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
That's
And,
the thing. It's like, as the dude, I would sue the company. Sure, you're a piece of shit for pinching her ass, but you're in the bar. You're expected that anyone that you interact with is over the age of 19. So even as the dude, even though you pinched a girl's ass, I'd still sue for the fact of you allowing a 14-year-old in the bar. I don't give a shit that I got punched in the face. Yeah. I'd be like, because, like, I shouldn't have done it, but I could have been hitting on a 14-year-old thinking that they're 19 because they're behind the bar. And I could ruin my entire life because of that. Someone takes a video of that, finds out who the person is, calls me a pedophile, I lose my job, all because I was talking to someone behind the bar. That's why you can't allow underage people behind the bar. So I had like a 2-week rant about that, and then they were like, this is why you don't tell Scott stuff, because he... And I'm like, no, you guys are so dumb. Why aren't you going so hard on this? Like, why isn't the owner of the store, why isn't, like, this should be, like, town news. Like, what the fuck? Why are you guys so complacent with this shit? I don't feel that I'm overzealous. I feel everyone else is complacent. Like, no one's willing to take the shit into their own hands when you clearly need to stand up for something. Like, no one's willing to stand up for anything anymore.
Lesbians? Oh, I don't know about that. I'm just saying, like, in general.
Yeah,
right?
and people hate me because I'm not complacent. And I'm like, I will never be complacent.
Yeah,
I do not want to live in a
and,
society
have
that's
a trans-only
complacent.
bathroom? Well, I mean, do we really think that we're going to have a bathroom for, like, every single person that's, like, another gender? Like, not every, like, every gas station is not going to have 3
And this is kind of like this is like
is
pretty much
not
the end of it, but that's pretty much what everyone's like, right? Putting them into people's butts. True, book. True. All right. Well, we fucked around for long enough. Let's see what you got here, book. Fucking thing blocking this. We're on... Oh, wow, I just... Boom. Chapter 5. Wait, that's chapter 9. I'm like, wow, that's a long chapter. Somehow I missed... Oh, because it's not in bold. Chapter 8. Chapter 7. Okay, let's read 5 and 6. How about that? And we'll go from there. Oh, that's not even that long. You know what? We can do 7 and 8 too. Yeah, there we go. That's reasonable. That's reasonable. Then if Void's still here, we can go on Discord if they want to go on Discord. Yeah, they are short. Total is like 5 to 6K long. Yeah. Alright, okay. Let's get into it. Chapter 5, The Wedding Day. Zen Huan, POV, escort and arrival. Zen Huan changed into ceremonial robes, the fabric heavy on his shoulders. At the Quinn household, he exchanged strained courtesies with Master Quinn, attention drawn to the quiet preparation beyond the screen. When she emerged, veiled and silent, he did not look at her face. Deliberate. He extended his hand. Careful. Let me help you, mother. Her wrist was cool, light as a bird's bone beneath his fingers. He guided her to the carriage and stepped back as the curtain fell. One Queen POV arrival ritual first meal. The Zhu household was grander than imagined. Pillars wrapped in hasty red cloth, servants bowing and whispering. Nanny Gao guided her toward the altar, fingers pressing her shoulders lower than necessary. Deeper, she whispered. Incense hung thick. One Quinn knelt, Bauer on her side, his fur brushing her hands. Xu Hua sat poised, measuring her. The grandsons squirmed under watchful eyes. Concubines in attendance marked hierarchy with each glance. Zhu Zhenhuan held a red ribbon, tying the knot that bound her to the patriarch she had not yet met. Standing on ceremony. And it's like, I like the fact that, like, one thing I would add is the idea of, like, perspective for the character. So, like, have Zhu Huan's first approach make the world look dull and drab and boring, because it's like, he's sick, he's dying, he's been here forever, you know? He's like, he's adjusted to the situation, right? So kind of put that into the setting. You know, maybe say like something about the clouds overhead or something like that. Like notice the imperfections, like paint chipping, wall cracks, stuff like that about the courtyard. Oh, I thought that was Zhu Huan. Oh, that is. Oh, Zhu is the son, not the husband. My bad. So take that and just shift it to, like, basically, like, maybe jealousy or ambition or something like that. ChatGPT makes that mistake a lot. Yeah. Now I don't even know what the guy's name is then. What is the guy's name? Is Raymond Dow next after Bookfire? I don't know if Raymond is here. If he's not here, then he's whenever he's here. But Mango, if you want to lock in something, you can, because at this point I don't think Raymond is here, and I won't read his stuff without him here. But yeah, if you want to get in there, Shimming. Okay, they haven't said his name yet, because Shi Ming. I don't remember them actually stating his name, other than calling him by his life. Hell yeah, Mango. Maybe not. I don't know. We can. I have no idea. You know me. I'm terrible with names to begin with, so that's just how it is. And then with so make make Zhu's point of view with the perspective of like the decaying palace of like his dad falling apart and his like the whole thing falling apart, and then from her perspective everything being grand and epic and amazing and not noticing it. So it's like he notices the imperfection, she notices the perfection, right? And it's just their contrast of their mentality towards the situation. And even though she's away in a place getting married, it's still so grand and extravagant that it's like taking her breath away. She's never seen anything this spectacular before, right? A brief ceremonial meal followed. Xu yielded the first portion with a subtle incline of her head. Bon Qing took it demurely. Taste barely registered. Bauer rested beside her chair, alert as she was. The room was full, yet she felt isolated. The true test had begun. Yeah, so I'd like just add in that tiny little, like, an extra paragraph about the setting, and they're just like taking a moment to take in setting around them, like, while they're walking. So, like, I basically read this part. Oh, was this like chapter, like one of the first 4 of the wedding night? Oh, this is the one where they fuck, right? All right. It's okay. It skips all the spicy parts anyways. Oh, did I tell you my idea book for a new YouTube channel? So I want to do like romance ASMR and then have it so I have a Patreon where all the spicy scenes are on the Patreon, and then just have it kind of like, you know, like censored. Go to the Patreon for the full spicy scene, and then move on to the next thing. And then lure people to the Patreon, and then do it. Yeah, exactly. Smut trapping. Exactly. And then call it like romance gone wild, like girls gone wild. I thought that was such a good idea. And just the only thing is I need an actual, well, I mean, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know if I would pay for it. Well, that's the thing, but some people would. But then it's like, you have the free option on the Patreon. If you're a free member, you get 1 free smut per week. So you can just be a free member. But if you're like a paid member, then you get like all of the smut. Plus like bonus episodes. Well, not necessarily, because it's not that I have to write it myself. I can take it from Reddit, I can take it from AO3, right? I can steal other people's work and turn it into YouTube videos, right? Because they have sections for, like, people that are, like, basically giving you the attribution rights to use their work. Where they're like, if you want to use my work, just attribute it. Well, no, it's not villainous, because they literally have categories where you can sign up, and it's like exposure, right? So people can take your story and give you more exposure through putting it in other mediums. That's the only reason why I would do it, is because, like, you can literally opt into having your work be, attributable, right? Which I think is an amazing thing. Because it's great for if you write a great story that doesn't get a lot of traction, and then someone brings it to a new platform with like a little bit of a twist to it, and then all of a sudden you get all the traction from the traffic back from it. Why not have it so people on your channel can also... Oh, but that's the thing, Book, is I do. So you also have that. You have everything, right? And I even say that in my videos, like for like Talk Stories and Blue Horror. Yeah, it's even in the description. Like, email me, drop your ideas or your links down in the comments. It's pinned in the comment section. Like, I try to put it everywhere to get people to know that they can submit stories, and they don't have to be horror, they don't have to be anything. Like, for instance, Relic's short story. It's like this really epic, badass short story that I want to turn into a YouTube video. Because it's so cool. It's like Ice versus Fire with like anime style end of the world thing, but it's like the main character is like a paladin who uses a violin as his weapon. And it's like he uses music to fight, and then he turns like music into light, and then turns his violin into like a sword and a shield. And it's like, you know, he takes off like the front part and it's a sword, and the back part it's a shield, and he's like, you know, as he's getting attacked, it's like sending vibrations of music out. Oh, that's so fucking epic. That was such a good fucking story. But yeah, shit like that. So if anyone wants to submit anything, and then me turn it into a YouTube or anything like that, so they get more traction towards it, even though everyone knows I don't get any views on my YouTube stuff. Maybe one day we will, right? We're up to 83 subscribers now, and we're at 69 subscribers on Blue Horror Stories. You know, so we've gained like 20% more subscribers in just the last month. I might have a smut story, but it's not written. Oh, that sounds good. I mean, if we look again, book, because I guess you haven't been here to look in a while. We've been making some money. I need to write more smut, and I need to put more books on here. Because apparently people are reading this shit. And it's like 40, it's like the amount of increments of pages that people generally read is between like the book's only 34 pages long, right? So imagine if I had like my writing skill now, my editing skill now, plus my presentation skill now. Guys, I think we need to write more smut. That's just the way that it is. Do you want to make money, or do you want to make money? Right? You should become like a publishing house. What's funny about that book is my aunt owns a publishing company. Have writers and editors and videographer people and make moolah. I mean, I would eventually want to make my own business, right? That is the goal at the end of the day, the entrepreneuring of it, right? Start small and work your way out. My problem is I don't have the funds to invest in anything. I'll be your first client. I mean, I'm down for that, because like I've been looking for like 4 months for someone to help me with marketing. And like yesterday we had that guy come in, and he's like, or was it the day before yesterday, come in and be like, yeah, I'll do marketing for you. And I'm like, really? Because everyone always says they'll do marketing for me, and then they never do any follow-up. And lo and behold, the guy never did any follow-up. I'm like, I'm willing to pay you. You already said what your rates are. I said I'm cool with that. And then there was no follow-up. Like, what the fuck? I need someone to do marketing for me. I will pay them. I'm bad at it. I need to shadow someone to get comfortable with it, right? Because I don't like interacting with other people. I could get a marketing degree. I mean, you just watch a bunch of YouTube videos. You probably spend 10 hours watching YouTube videos, and you probably know more about marketing than someone who has a master's degree who went to fucking 8 years of college. I mean, my problem is I had no post-education whatsoever, right? Most people have like a business bachelor's, something in like media, something in You be the creative side, and I be the money side. There you go, Book. That's what I always wanted. I just want to be a. That's why I never wanted to really make one myself. I wanted to join someone else's program as a think tank member. That was always my goal, to be in a think tank, because I work best by bouncing ideas off of other people, right? And morphing and folding other people's ideas. That's where I thrive. We could also use Grok to be our money and marketing person. See, that's what I used to do, Book. But, like, I have all these, like, promotional sayings and stuff like that. Like, I would post on all these Twitter communities. I'd post on, like, all these different Reddits. I'd post in all these different Discords for, like, 8 months. And I didn't get any traction. So I reoriented where I was putting my priority and where I was putting my time. And so I considered it basically my failed marketing skills, saying I tried, I wasn't successful, I need to find someone else. Because I always try to do it myself first. And then when I got to a point of being like, okay, I've literally done research. I've changed, experimented, asked for feedback. I've tried fucking everything and nothing has worked. So I clearly don't know what I'm doing. So I'm gonna go out of my way to try to find someone to help me. And so far, it has not been successful. Guys, Callie, what the fuck? Why are you orange? Callie, why are you... What? Why are you orange? What is this, Callie? You almost made me think you were someone else. What are you doing, Callie? You're betraying the blue. See, that's your problem. You fuck everything, and no one is accepted. Yeah, I'm soliciting myself, but everyone's like, what the fuck are you... Get the fuck away from me, dude. And it's almost worse because it's like, I had a conversation with Eggy Mayo about this, about targeted marketing, and the fact that you're actually hurting yourself with marketing by not marketing to the correct people, because they see your work and then they recognize you as someone that they're not going to click on. And I'm like, that's a very valid point. And that's, like, the downside of publicity, right? Of people like, oh, I know that I don't like this guy, so I'm going to avoid them at all costs. Sleep for 4 hours at a time. Callie, that's what I do! I sleep for 4 hours, I'm up for, like, 6 hours. I sleep for 4 hours, I'm up for 6 hours. First of all, let's forget my story. We can do it another day. I want to talk business. But what about Mango? I gotta read Mango's story. We've been leaving Mango in limbo for so long. We can talk business. I feel like a dick like I did yesterday with keeping Void in limbo. And I feel bad because, like, there's, like, a legitimate reason why Void wants to talk. I mean, we can always talk business, so what if you had a website where you had a bunch of people's Patreons, you take a small cut, and they get to be part of a bigger thing? Alright, Book, we're gonna look back on this as the day that our lives changed. Okay, Book? So if you have a website, basically cannibalize smaller creators into a big monster. And that's how everyone does it. That's the way you should do it, Book. Because you're taking on the responsibility of overhead. and oversight. So, taking a small cut and doing all of this stuff for them is super beneficial for smaller creators as well. It's a win-win, because smaller creators who may not be able to do that themselves, like me, for instance, and then you can help me with that. So, oh, I absolutely love it. No, that's exactly how you should do it. That is marketing 101. Look, if you took that idea to a marketing genius, they'd be like, that is how you do it. Because what you're doing is you're providing a service to people that are going to capitalize the most off of a small subset of increase and exposure. That just means you have the mindset for marketing book. It's like the idea of create the problem and then sell the solution. So creating the problem is putting your romance smut on YouTube, but you can't have smut on YouTube. So you have to have the smut somewhere else. So the problem is, where do you get the smut? Well, you got to go to the Patreon, and then you sell the solution to that problem on the Patreon. So if people want the smut, which is the reason why they came there in the first place, because you promised them smut, and then they're like, well, where's the smut? And you're like, well, actually, the smut's over here, right? It's a funnel. It's like chicks who do ASMR to funnel awareness to their OnlyFans, right? It's market funneling. So what I would recommend is have the first 1 to 3 chapters on YouTube, and then when it's almost spicy, give them a link. Yeah. And you have 2 things. So you have the first video, where you mention it at the start, right? Where it's like, you know, the warnings, like explicit warnings at the beginning. And then you do the entire build up to it, and then when you get to it, you do the censor. But to make it so people don't really get it, you do that about halfway through, right? So they get the halfway through. See, you can do more. Yes, but like, there's a difference between having the creative idea and actually implementing it and being able to have it successfully implemented, right? Like, I thought I had all these great, crazy, great ideas, but they just never went anywhere. And that's where networking has to be adjacent to marketing. And I can be good at marketing, but I have absolutely no networking skills. So we need to use Upwork. Alright, Upwork. Never heard of that. 3, 2, 1, toke! That's why I've been trying to get you to network for me, Callie, but you say you're too lazy. Even if I pay you. So, Callie, Book, the three of us together, so we have the creative side, we have the marketing side, and the networking side. I did say networking. Right? So, between the three of us, I think we have a business, guys. Why do I need to write it down, Book? I got a big brain. This is a business stream now. I gotta read Mango's story first. Okay, We got into the weeds of it, guys. We gotta read Mango's story. Mango first, then business for the rest. Alright, sounds good. It's a business stream today. I'm sold. Okay. Here we go. Mango's story. Oh, the marketing plan and business plan will you read? Alright, sounds good, book. Oh, and I have about $4,000 to $6,000 budget for this. And I'm willing to be the sole, like, investor off the bat. So that you guys don't have to risk your money. Because it's not an issue for me. Right? So I would save your money until we have an established, like, thing. Right? So let me be the beta tester. And then once we've kind of got an idea for it, then, you know, then throw your money in. I'm not entirely okay with AI, though, so can we hire an artist? Yes, Callie, we can hire an artist. Absolutely. Because people don't like AI, and AI is, like, it still needs a bit, right? It's still, like, it still needs a bit. So, I do not have any issue with hiring an artist. We connect people with real artists and creators. That's part of our services. Voice actors, artists, graphic artists, writers, editors. Exactly. And then we're the hub space for everything, book. And we also do everything ourselves, right? Because, I mean, I'm taught that I want to become a voice actor, but it's like I want, you know, I want recognition for my YouTube videos for my voice acting, and same with, like, reading on stream and stuff like that, right? Like, I want there to be a connection to my voice, right? Not necessarily be like a professional voice actor, but I want my voice to be something that people come for my voice, right? It's like, I'm here, sorry. Yeah, no worries, Mango. Replying to the person I wrote this story for. Ooh, so this is... You wrote this story for a person. Ooh, that's cool. I like that. Maybe Instagram. See, that's the one thing, book. I don't have Instagram. They come to your voice. Lol. I mean... That's Callie's, but yeah. You know, at some point in time. Maybe, you know, I could get to that point.
Sometimes it's just a little it's you know, you don't really tell. I mean, experience.
I mean, what? It is what it is. But then again, everyone's like, no, stop! Right? Gotta do what you gotta do. Alright, anyways. Mango's story, here we are. You really need to stop relying on tricks, princess, Knight Roy said. The raven-haired man slid his glove on his red uniform, pressing the folds. Roy rubbed his right shoulder, which was beginning to form a bruise. I don't know, it's kinda cute seeing the captain of the Royal Guard fall on his back from a basic ice spell. Princess Mary replied. Saw an opportunity to create some ice for you to slip on. During the sword fighting lesson, by the way. Well, there's no rules in a fight anyways. Isn't that what we're training for? True. That's why I like you, Roy, a sensible knight. Princess beamed. She gave Roy's shoulder a peck, and he reluctantly smiled as he worked to his feet. Marie picked her practice sword off the ground and walked towards the armory racks. Yes! Yes! Jesus Christ. Something in the air tonight. Tell you that. Woo! Something in the air tonight. And they're actual people because they post videos. That's amazing, Callie. Fuck yeah. I mean, we have a decent amount of people in the Discord, but it's just I'm not active in the Discord, and I feel since I'm not active in the Discord, no one else is active in the Discord, and I need to start being more active in the Discord. But again, I'm a lurker. I don't interact with people, and like 12 to 16 hours of the day, I'm like writing, editing, you know, researching, like streaming, like. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, I get totally lost. Tangents in bold! You gonna be the active one? Hell yeah. And I was gonna say, I like this start off because you don't start off with the action of the fight. You just alleviate into what happened and who the people are. And I kind of really like that. Where it's like, there is something to be said about, like, normally it's not good when someone's like, oh hey, do you remember when that thing happened? Yeah, I remember when that thing happened. This is why we're here, because that thing happened. Is usually like a bad thing, except when you're introducing an entirely new point of view or the beginning of the story, where it's that coincidental incitement, right? And especially where it's placed in dialogue in a very playful manner, makes it land all the harder. Because it's something that you technically shouldn't be doing, but it works, which is good. Princess. Yes? Marie looked back. Shouldn't you be celebrating your birthday? I was surprised. When you asked me to spar on your day off, you should be enjoying yourself, not working. Oh, I'm not so sure about that. Roy's brows knit together, and Marie sighed. Walk with me, my knight. I will explain. And then just like that, it's like you've introduced all these things through dialogue of the characters being inquisitive of not having information. So you're raising questions to the viewer because the character has the question. But it's not like just throwing questions being or places or things of being like, you know, in the third year of this era, after this happened, this thing took place, which caused this. Which is like most people's standard, like, world building opening, right? Instead of something like this where it's immediately character driven, and it's like you don't really, you know it's a palace and a castle because it's a princess, obviously. The interaction between the two characters means they're very close, and that's probably her personal bodyguard of some kind, right? Then adding in the birthday is like, well, what's the most important birthday is a coming-of-age day. So maybe she's running away from something because of that birthday indicates something like maybe a impending arranged marriage or something like that. Yeah, I feel this line of the plot works to my strengths as a writer. Yeah. And it gives enough ambiguity that the reader is interested, and it gives enough sustenance that it's like, oh, well, this isn't your typical sit back and preppy princess. This is like your princess who's gonna get up in your face and call you out on shit. Like, this is the if you were born, like the gladiator line from Marcus Aurelius. Were you born a man, what a Caesar you would make. so fucking true. And it's not like taking a role, a masculine male role, and putting it in a female's position. It's just having that strong, independent female without having all of the contrived bullshit that's usually attached to it, right? But it's like you could absolutely still have the tomboyish type princess, right? The rebellious one, if you will. Marie pulled her hand away from Prince Drew immediately. When she realized everyone in the throne room was watching, Princess recovered her usual smile. King Chris frowned. Is something the matter? Prince Drew merely kissed your hand, daughter. No, it's nothing. Okay, for a second there, I was like, wait, did I misread that? No. She's like... Ew! I don't know where those lips have been. She's like, ah, fuck. I lost my composure. So he slobbered all over it! Prince Drew licked his lips. That's so gross. That's so gross. I love it. He was a chubby, short, and beady-eyed prince, spoiled from birth as the first son. He had, in fact, planted his tongue on Mary's head. I knew it! I knew it! I knew immediately! He's a fucking creep! Oh my god, I love it. Caused her to recoil. However, he was confident that Marie would choose him compared to the other princes. I'm gonna send you some notes on the business through Discord so I don't forget. Alright, sounds good, book. I'm gonna make a new channel. Called Business. We can figure out what to do with it later, but it's just at the top for the main text channels. And then I'll make it, like, private, so that only we can see it, and then other people can't, you know, if you guys want. Then we can have our own private, like, voice chat and business channel. Then we can have it near the top so people know that there's, like, a business element to the Discord, but they know that it's a privacy thing, so they're like, hey, so, because that kind of, like, that's, like, to me, that's an immediate sell on, like, authenticity, is, like, you're showing that you have a business connection, but you're clearly showing that you don't have a public-facing, like, outwardness exactly towards that, right? So there's privacy, despite it being, you know, something like that, as opposed to, like, oh, here's, you know, all of everyone's information kind of idea, right? King Chris, still unconvinced, continued his speech to the throne room. You all know, my daughter has come of age today. Knew it! Coming of age ceremony! She has been graciously offered 2 possible suitors from the nearby kingdoms. Prince Drew gave a wave while Princess Marie glared at him hatefully in secret. Prince George, approach the princess, the royal scribe declared. The second prince stepped forward. Prince George stood 6 feet tall, covered in scars from head to toe. As he lumbered towards Marie with a sneer, she crawled back instinctively in her seat. This man was dangerous, and his violent reputation in previous marriages was not unknown to everyone in the room. Except Marie. Marie reluctantly lifted her hand to the prince. Suddenly pain shot up her arm. She resisted the urge to yell. Prince George was already walking away, but he hadn't been gentle with her. In fact, he squeezed as hard as he could and refused to kiss her hand. Damn, that's brutal. Break some fucking fingers. Marie's vision went dark. She began casting a frost needle. A single icicle began to form and spiral on the ceiling. Oh shit. She's like, I ain't having any of this, motherfucker. You disrespect me, you gon' die. Oh, oops. My bad, guys. Sorry. Queen Samantha noticed. She quickly called for everyone's attention. This meeting has been adjourned. We will begin having the suitor meetings one-on-one in a few days. You're dismissed. Later, the queen pulled the teary-eyed princess aside into a room. What were you thinking? What do you mean? These suitors are awful! Queen Samantha sighed, but not out of annoyance. I know, trust me, my love, I know, but we need these allies. So you're just gonna sell me off? Go rest, Marie. And no ice magic in the throne room, ever! Queen Samantha walked away, leaving the princess standing alone. I thought you were supposed to protect me, Marie whispered to herself. She rubbed her wrist as a small bruise began to form. Oh, such is the duty of being the princess. Ah, man, that sucks. I feel for that shit. I already love this, because it's like... this creates conflict, and I'm invested in this conflict of how is this character going to get out of this situation. And this character clearly has a thing for the knight, so their status is a thing. So is this character going to wind up running away with the knight at some point in time? Or is it going to be one of those, they regret it later, and then it's like the flashback, and then it's like the stories about their kids, and this was the prologue the entire time. Ooh, you never know where it could go. I see. Both of them, Roy asked with a shaky voice. That's inexcusable. Knight Roy and Princess Marie sat side by side in her room. Roy had quietly listened to her for the entire walk up the castle. I have come to come! Yo, what's up, Smokey? How's it going, bro? Where you at, motherfucker? What you doing, brother? How's it going, bitch? What you doing? Shalom, my cutie. You missed the makeup stream, Smokey. The fuck is wrong with you, bro? Did you go back and goon to it? It was fucking cold, though. So I had a sweater on the whole time. No, you stream at 3 a.m. my time. Shut the fuck up. I was indeed late one day. I will say that. I was late. But I did stream for like 7 hours. So you can't get up at 6 in the morning, Smokey? You can't get up at 6 in the fucking morning to watch the stream. I donated to you though. You're pregnant. Oh. That kind of late? Ain't that good enough? To be fair, Smokey, if you want to buy my love, I completely accept that. You know, if the effort you want to put in is financial, I'm all about that. Smokey, buy our smut when we write it. True. True. And we have a guaranteed buyer. So frustrating. I get options between Dumb and Dumber. Which one would you pick, Roy? What would you do? Roy's expression darkened. I won't let any of them touch you. I will protect you. A moment of silence passed. What about you? The talk writes it, I refuse. Shut the fuck up, Smokey. Okay. Sure. Yeah, see, you knew. You knew. Thing is, I don't write smut, though. Well, Callie, you can write the non-smut parts, and then Book can write the smut parts. And then Book can go super in-depth with it. Oh, shit. Did Botrix crash again? It crashed yesterday, too. Guys, it's been crashing every fucking day. I don't know, Book, it's up to you guys. What you guys want to do. To me, it doesn't really matter, because I like to do everything. Now it will not sound epic. I can write intimate stuff. I'm really dark really dark intimate stuff. That's smut in a way. It's teasing. I can write illiterate stuff. True, Smokey. I'll give Smokey's story.
Wake in bathroom. Legs frozen to toilet. Smell bad. Finn.
See, we need to market to people like Smokey, but finish Mango's story. I like the fin part. What do you mean, princess? Would you, kiss my hand? Roy let out a laugh, and Marie flushed. I'm sorry, princess. I just haven't kissed your hand since my coronation. You did it right. I liked it better with you. Roy knelt in front of Marie. Marie smiled sweetly. She began to give her unbruised arm to Roy, but the knight gently shook his head. I would like to kiss your bruises. I would like to take away your pain, he said, while wrapping his fingers around Marie's. I will give you a kiss as a seal of my loyalty. Damn, this guy's a Chad. It was a time change. See the, wait for it, asterisk for new perspective. Yeah, sorry. I didn't say anything, so if you weren't looking, you wouldn't have noticed. You did it right. I liked it better with you. Fucking hell, Smokey! God damn, bro. Yeah, burn it all down, Smokey. Burn it all down. You should go to Nick Fuentes' stream. Marie smiled sweetly. She began to give... Oh, wait, we already read that, too. A knight's vow is forever, Marie said, unconvinced. Tricks. Burning it right now. Just don't burn your flag, because the Welsh flag is amazing, Smokey. And forever it will be. I have adored you for so long, princess. I would fight my fatigue, my anger, my weaker self to be a better knight for you. I would pick up your burdens, knowing I would make your day easier. I would hold you in quiet moments, yet be the happiest man in the world. I am your knight. I am yours. 100%. Roy's kiss was so gentle, it felt like air. He kissed the bruised marks on her wrist, and Marie giggled. Marie ran her other hand's fingers through Roy's hair while he knelt. Little corny for me. I like it. I like corny. Thus, the key is preserving total sleep time, 7 to 9 hours per 24 hours, even if it's splitcalm.com, sleep.com. Notably, people who naturally awaken at night often find relief in accepting segmented sleep. Apparently, I have to switch to segmented sleep now. Callie, that's what I did like 2 months ago. I sleep for like 3 or 4 hours. I get up. I sleep for 3 or 4 hours. I get up. Then I have like an hour nap before the stream. No, read my message. Why? What message, Smokey? Thanks for the kicks. Smokey, is that what you're saying? Thanks for the kicks? Thanks for kicking me, bitch. I appreciate it. I like horny. I honestly don't think I did anything crazy in terms of originality this chapter, but it's still fun to be excited about writing. Absolutely, Mango. Absolutely.
Hi, Chad.
Bye, Smokey. So, Smokey, do you want in on the business?
Yes, ban me.
We're starting a business. And we need that one
I smell
retard.
fraud.
And... Shit. Shut up. So we need that one retard, so that we don't, because, like, every company has, like, one retard, right? So if we hire you, then we automatically fill that retard spot, and then we don't have to worry about it. And I trust you being a retard. Right?
Are you paying well?
Oh, very well. Very well, Smokey. In the double digits.
Or just food jobs?
More than foot jobs. We can do armpit jobs and knee jobs, too. I honestly don't think I did anything crazy in terms of originality this chapter, but it's still fun to be excited about writing. I agree, Mango. Absolutely agree. You don't have to do anything groundbreaking or anything crazy. You just have to write a story. I think too many people, like, there is something to be said about too many people trying to break away from the mold and too many people staying in the mold, right? Like, you want to use the mold
Roll a joint for little
and
smoky
then
days.
add your own style to the mold, right? Like, starting from scratch with no mold is very hard to do unless you're like a fucking genius. But building off of a mold and then using that to create your own style and as like a tool to bring your skill level to a point where you don't need a mold anymore, I think is the best way to do it. And using what works, it works for a reason, right? It's cliche for a reason. You just have to understand why and use it in your own way. Let me be a writing voice coach. I'm good enough at that. Okay, absolutely, Callie. Then we could give roles to people. Can I suck your toes? Why did the screen do that? Right. 3, 2, 1, toe! That was weird. What happened, Callie? Did something freak out on your end? Marie ran her other hand's fingers through Roy's hair, while he knelt. Stay with me tonight. That's princess order. I'd be willing to let someone suck my toes, but I'm ticklish, so I might kick them. That would be really hot, Book.
What a bitch coughing like that and not in my mouth.
How did your nose break? Well, I was licking this chick's toes and she kicked me in the face. It was fucking amazing. I came.
I love feet. Bigfoot lover.
I just love everything. There's nothing that I don't love. That's my problem. I have a
Sweaty
really
feet is
weird
better.
fourth toe. Interesting, Book. It's bulbous. Huh. Interesting.
Not knowing where they have been is sexy.
We know where they've been, though, Smokey. Can we be like Oren High School Host Club, but with 4 degenerates? I don't know what Oren High School Host Club is.
Why you look into my soul like
Like
that?
skinny at the knuckle and then fat at the top. I do, indeed.
What will you do for 10 kicks RN?
Whatever you want me to do. More mango, I know. Alright. Alright, we should get back to show nip. I can't show nip, okay? Everyone knows once you show nip, you gotta show more. You never
It's
show
so funny
nip.
if you know what Oren High School Host Club is.
Poor Meg. For the yes, you can for the boys. I, Princess Marie, anoint you my knight in shining armor. You are to serve your liege with faith and honor, protect the weak, speak truth always, and never refuse a duel from a worthy foe. Marie chanted. I, Sir Roy, pledge an oath of faithfulness to you, my princess. Roy solemnly said. He knelt in front of Marie with his head bowed downwards. I will fight with honor to protect you, always. Book buyer, can you look it up, please? Okay, thank you for the kicks. Thank you very much, Sean. I mean, very, very much Smokey. You are very, very good. Thank you very much. I know what Orange Host Club is. I read it a few years ago. Holy shit, Smokey. Why are you giving me so much money, bro? What is this? I don't understand, okay? I don't know what's going on. But I thank you very much. It is very good. I thank you. But okay. You know, you do what you do. You got to give him the nip. No, I don't. I told him I'm not going to give him the nip. So he gave me more money. So I be like, short nip. And I be like, no, you dumb. I told you I'm not short nip. No matter what money you give me, I not show nip.
We don't want the
Okay,
nip.
okay. 1 nip for 1 million kick. 1 million
No show
kick?
nips.
1 million
We need
kick.
me for organization and networking, right, Kappa? Go back
1
to normal,
million
bitch.
kick.
This shit-ass accent is killing me.
Oh, show nip. I will show nip for 1 million kicks. Rise, my knight. Roy stood from the ground, reverently holding his princess's right hand. They stood in a small stone circle in the royal garden, the sun lazily sinking in the afternoon. The hedges were trimmed into neat rectangular forms and patterns. Castle guards circled the perimeter of the wall. Marie's expression was like stone, and she broke out into a vibrant laugh. Marie smiled, lacing her fingers with Roy, who allowed himself a nervous grin. I love this. I don't care how cliche it is. I'm a big fan of Grimdark, and what I want to happen is the obvious of what's going to happen, which is this can't last. And something's going to tear them apart. Smokey, the more that you donate, the less I'm going to pay attention to you. So unless you really, really don't want me to pay attention, I would stop with the kicks now. Seriously, Smokey, thank you. I really appreciate it, Smokey, but, like, you're going crazy, bro. You don't... Stop! I want Roy to die tragically, like, horrifically. That's what I like. I don't want him to die, Bookfire. I want her to know that he's still alive, but she can't be with him. It's way better than him being dead. Because then he also knows that he can't be with her. Smokey, what are you doing? What are you doing, Smokey? Seriously? Bro, not dead for me. Okay. I like the idea of them being alive, because there's hope, right? And that gives you hope. If he's dead, there's no hope. But if he's not dead, there's always hope, but you never give them. You never fulfill the hope. You always gotta give them the light at the end of the tunnel. And then the light turns out to not be light. It's a mirage. It's the oasis in the middle of the desert, but it's a mirage. I want to crush their dreams forever. I mean, fair enough, Book. Fair enough.
I have hope, but this basement has no escape.
That's why, so, Smokey, what you do is you put the handcuffs on. And then I gotta check to make sure that you're, I gotta check to make sure that you're, agile enough. Right? So just put the handcuffs on, and, then we can figure out if we can get to work. Look at all, where do you get this money from, Smokey? Like, that was like $3, bro. Like, that might have been more than $3. Like, holy shit, thank you, Smokey. But, like, where do you get all this money from, man? That's crazy. Are you trying to launder money through me, Smokey? Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, wait a second. Something's not right. How does a homeless person get so much money? Okay, that's all of them. I just wanted to wait until all the announcements were done. You can really act the part. Too bad you're not actually a knight yet, since the ceremony is next week. What about you? I can see you barely holding in your laughter, Princess. Marie playfully punched Roy's arm. You're too serious, Roy. I can't stop laughing because you get so into character. I also told you to call me Marie. I can't do that. Yes, you will. No. Marie straightened her posture. Roy, come here. Unsure, Roy took a step closer. They were nose to nose now, Princess Marie's sharp green eyes gazing back at him. Roy yelped. He felt Marie's ice-cold hands around his neck. Got you. Bet you didn't know I could do that with ice magic, Marie teased as she pulled away. It's my knight. You have to do whatever the princess says. You're mine forever. Okay, I squealed. This is good. Do anybody know the Muffin Man? Oh, god damn it, Smokey. Roy forcefully grabbed Marie. Marie's eyebrows shot up in surprise as she suddenly struggled to catch her balance. The squire and the princess grappled with each other in the garden, turning over and over in the grass. Hey, I'm not your toy! Rolling under Roy to the bottom, Marie felt her wrists pinned to the ground. He was stronger than he looked for such a quiet young boy, but his heavy breath was heavy in her ear. I'd just say his breath was heavy. I don't think you need both of these. You can delete one of these. Both hearts were pounding, but their bodies were frozen in motion. They gonna fall! There was a hilarious meme of someone on the good drugs in the hospital talking about the Muffin Man. You're right. Good catch. Me's weak arms are heavy dad spaghetti. That's okay, Smokey. 'Cause D's nuts got your tits. Tits, Smokey. Rolling under. Oh, she already read this. Marie mumbled instinctively. What? Roy asked. It hurts a little, please. Roy came to his senses and rolled away, but not before one of the guards noticed. Soon, royal guards swarmed the pet garden and drew their swords. Roy hung his head and raised his hands in surrender. Before the guards could move closer, Marie spoke. None of you will harm my knight. Put your swords away. The royal guards halted. One of them replied, Princess, the squire is not yet a knight, yet he has dishonored you by attacking you within the castle walls. We were just playing. I understand that Roy was rough, but do not hurt him. Marie's tone was cordial and smooth, the practiced voice of royalty. He is mine to punish. Ooh. Ooh. Soon the guards left the garden and resumed their wall watch. Marie quietly gazed at the sullen boy. She sat next to the boy. I'm sorry I did that. I shouldn't have used my ice magic on you. That's okay. I'm used to being bullied by my older siblings. I've never had a brother or sister. Queen Samantha only had me. I have a dirty mind. So do I, Book. Don't worry. I love this world building drops in dialogue. It's like absolutely unapologetic. You create the situation and then you sell it with the dialogue, right? It's like, now we know this guy comes from a bunch of siblings. She's an only sibling, which means there is no son, prince, heir, right? Let's have a 3-person Patreon stream, Discord. I'm into this, yo. I mean, Callie, should we make a brand new Discord? Like an entirely separate Discord? Roy smiled.
Let's have a 4-ways camera show showing each other's body smiley face.
Do you want to make it, Callie? Because you have, like, the Discord, like, you know how to use it, and then that means you have, like, all the privileges and everything? I think that would make the most sense.
Please say yes.
Yes, Smokey, okay? I have 4 different cameras at 4 different angles, and you can see my body with it. Okay? But you have to go onto the OnlyFans. And it's $3 million a day. So, yeah. No, you can't link it, Smokey. It's actually against TOS to link that. You have to go onto a third-party site. I can link a third-party site that links to OnlyFans, but I can't link directly to OnlyFans on Twitch. My legs hurt, though, so I'm gonna go do self-care, and I'll make you 2 admins. Alright, sounds good, Callie. Roy smiled. I can be your bigger brother. I'm 2 years older than you. Marie shook her head. I don't know about you as a brother. A friend? No, that's not quite right either. Then what? We giggled. I'll tell you someday. Is your neck still cold? Husband, lover.
I had herpes once.
Wait, Smokey, you can't get rid of herpes. Herpes is a lifetime thing. There's no cure for herpes. The biggest problem is that you can get herpes twice. Because you can get both A and B herpes.
Wanna be my bee?
Yes, Smokey, I do. It's getting warmer. Why? This time, Marie pinned Roy's wrists down before he could notice. His eyes widened. You're not allowed to refuse this duel, Marie whispered, softly kissing Roy's neck with playful bites. Bad, Roy. Ooh, she's
This guy. That was my goon cannon.
Jesus Christ, Smokey. I demand to be the manager or whatever. Book is the business person. Book in the talks. Absolutely, Callie, you can be the manager. I'm down for that. Oh, I was gonna say, Gooners roll out. True. The princess is definitely a, based upon her, like, very forward attitude towards things, right? She's like, no, I feel that comes from an area of privilege where she knows no one can really go against her, so she always tries to push the boundaries of things. And being curious as she is and not giving a fuck about anything, she just kind of does what she wants. Grab his dick and twist it! True. Roy woke up alone. He gazed around the princess's bedroom, searching for Marie. A small window leaked the morning sun into the chamber, leaving a sheet of light on the floor. The mahogany door's brass handle glinted.
What do I watch RN?
Roy
Toy Story
looked
2
side
or
to
The Little
side,
Mermaid?
taking in the strategically placed stuffed animals, paintings hung on the wall, and books piled on top of each other. Nowhere. So Roy stood. A blanket with an embroidered heart fell to the floor from his lap. He smiled briefly, folding the blanket with care and laying it by the window. A knock rang from the other side of the door. Roy grinned. Morning, princess, Roy said. He reached out. When his greeting was not returned, Roy glanced up to see it was not the princess. In fact, it looked like a knight, a high-ranking one. Roy paused. Good morning. Have you seen the princess? Roy asked quietly. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Something happened to the princess, and they're gonna blame him. This is all... Oh, man. This is all leading up to something. Is this one huge setup? Is the princess actually a real bitch, and she just set up Roy? Oh, my God. This is great. I love this shit. Bro, what do I watch? Girls Gone Wild 18. Fight for New Orleans. But you're not allowed to watch the uncensored version. No, Toy Story 2 or Little Mermaid. Yeah. Girls Gone Wild 18. How hard is it, Smokey? Get your ears checked, bro. God. You ask me a question and then you just refuse to listen to the answer. Thank you for the read. No worries, Mango. And if there's anything...
I am sorry, it is because I have mana issues.
No, you have mama issues, Smokey. Yeah, thanks for sharing, Mango. I thoroughly enjoyed the read.
Be my mama.
I will be your mama, but you gotta peg me. I mean, what?
WTF. That was kinda gay.
No, this is kinda gay. What? 69%? I mean, it's a good percent, right? Not high, but it's a good percent. Also, if we're doing this, I agree to reading everyone's stuff. Alright, sounds good, Callie. And as far as... Okay, so I guess... Let's go to the business thing, right? So, we need a website, guys. So we can do, like... So... what would we call it? What is our product and what value do we bring? That's the first thing we need to figure out. 69%. Exactly. Exactly, Callie. So do you guys want to hop into a voice chat for
What
this?
product is fentanyl you buying?
No, Smokey. Look, we must plan. Smokey, we're gonna need your help, right? Stick your finger in your butt. And wiggle it like a good boy. Yes, we must plan. I had to pee. I see. Excellent. Alright, so what is our product? Smut
Can I plan
adjacent
your
stuff.
funeral?
Services, editing, what we're doing already. I'm trying to make a website. Ah, hell yeah, book. Won't get flowers, I promise. Smokey, you can do whatever you need to do that makes you feel happy, bro. I've always given you full entitlements, you know. You're literally the guy who can pull the plug. It's literally legal euthanasia.
Can I undress you with grok?
Look at mine. With your consent. Okay, will you both make a website and then we'll decide whose website skills are better, or you guys can collaborate. I have no skills whatsoever at any of that. Your consent? Yes, Smokey, with my consent you can undress me with grok. Relic already did. Make sure you turn me into a woman first. You get the most out of it. do I still have one on here?
Come on, my guy, all I need is you to stand up our end.
I'm trying to find a good full body photo, but I don't have one on my phone. Can't do the website, too much code shit. Don't like competing. Hmm. Maybe I have one on Twitter. Hold on. There's gotta be one here. We're going all the way to the bottom. Okay, I don't know. It's not here then. Okay, so type of website is it? So our product is smut-like stuff, and we are hosting it basically and promoting it for people. What's the word? Distribution and...
And tax evasion.
types of pages we want, and I can figure out how to lay out them. It's a good start. True.
I will gobble you all up until I spit out that Meeseeks hat.
Hey, Smokey, I couldn't find one, so I'll give you a full body. Okay? Full body. No head, though. Or wait, hold on. Maybe I can do this. C 10th mark. True. Like discussion board, just for us three. You have the worst focus. No head is wild. Okay, so, hold on. Notes about the Canadian scene per erotica publishers are rare. Pure erotica publishers are rare in Canada. Explicit adult fiction is often published through US, UK imprints. Torque Press, US based and ceased general academic. Many publishers comfortable with sexual themes operate literature, sex positive nonfiction rather than adult smut alone. Smell Press, indie imprints sometimes take erotic submissions, especially in the intersection of progression. Quick summary publisher type notes, Eroseti, press, erotic literature, and comics Canada-based sexual content focused class comics, gay erotic comics, Vancouver-based erotic comics, Thornapple, press, sex positive nonfiction, relational books, works around sexuality broadly, Harlequin Enterprises, romance and sexual fiction, major publisher. Erotic romance lines, Penguin, Random House, Canada, erotica, category carries, erotica. Those nips will be good, bruv. Sounds good. Distribution and promotion, I guess. So lucky you didn't show legs. It's pretty damn accurate, actually, Smokey. It's pretty damn fucking... You know why it's pretty damn accurate? It's probably pulling from the fact that I have, like, you know, exposed pictures of myself in a bikini on the internet. I'm not showing the chat. I'm not showing that on stream, Smokey. Easiest way to make money. And our focus is Patreon, I think. Okay. Sounds good, book. So what else do we need? Good idea based on a small few seconds of research. Flesh out later. It's partly a joke. Get it when I tell you. I'll clip that shit, Smokey. With 5 secs. I mean, you sent it to DMs. Smokey, you can drop it in the Discord if you want them to see, but I'm not bringing it up on stream. No fucking way I'm bringing it up on stream, bro. Nuh-uh. That ain't happening. Ain't happening. Don't know if I want to see it. He literally just took my shirt off. It's just me standing there with my shirt off. Pretty much exactly what you would expect. Next, he can give me tits. No, I need eye bleach. You can add a bunch of hair, though. I mean, it was pretty accurate, but I do have chest hair, though, and nipple hair. Why? Why did I... Oh my god. Jesus Christ, Smokey, shut the fuck up. We'll go away if you aren't joining our business. We need Smokey's insight, though. Make a Google Docs is faster. You guys work like sloths. I mean, yeah, sure, I'm down for that, Callie. I don't, it's Scott. Hey, I'm just the idea guy. I said I didn't want anything to do with anything else. I'm just the idea guy, you know? Tough shit. You'll have to wear many hats. Oh, I know I will, Book, but I'm just saying, like, for writing stuff down, that is not my strong suit. Like, taking notes and shit like that. Ooh. Yeah. Ooh. Bad. But yeah, I do understand I'll have to wear many hats. In Discord again, I need more eye bleach. Definitely mything. I write notes like a beast. Well, there you go. I can throw throw ideas out like that, but yeah, as far as the actual taking notes, I'm so bad at that. So if you just give us the Google Doc there, Callie, we could get to it. Right now it's like a beast, but then it dies. I can give you the information to write down as notes. You guys can take what I'm saying and make notes from it, right? Message me, guys. I'm not good at taking care of beasts. Yeah, you want us to DM you, Callie? Oh man, it's so good. It's so good, Smokey. I fucking love it. Oh god. So what are we doing right now? What's the plan? Guys, because I have, like, no idea what we're doing right now. I think our roles so far are, I'm the whip person. I get mostly Scotty to actually do shit. Callie gets me to do shit, and Callie just does shit. Well, I don't know what to do. It's always my biggest problem. Setting stuff up. But in the meantime, like, what should I be doing? You know, like, what should my goal right now be? To friend Callie? I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah. I have a huge conversation with Callie. You don't want to see my DMs with Callie, Book. Yeesh. That's a bad one. Okay. Now what? Dig it, bitch! Okay. Very nice, Callie. Very nice. How the fuck do I get rid of this thing up here? I hate how it has this stupid menu up top. It's like, how the fuck do I get rid of this? I can't make the font bigger, Callie. No, see, F11 just does that. It doesn't get rid of this. All this bullshit at the top here. Where's view? Oh my god. Now I can zoom in. You guys can actually see it on screen. Find a hosting service. Okay. Cox, what notes were you writing? Just the thing that Book Buyer said in the main thing, which was what was our purpose. And what was the other thing Book said? Sell specifically so we can market to the right people. Good idea based on a few small. Oh, it was just the idea. Yes, that was everything. And that was just the first thing that Book said. Wait, is that me doing that, or is that me just saying that? Do I just have to sit here and look pretty? I can do that. That is what we're doing. So what's the next step, right? Like what we have what is our product and what is our value, right? What's but how do we turn that into a reality, right? Like, for instance, what specifics do we deal with, right? Like, are we more like an agency? Like, do we have an agency part where it's like we have like hired talent, right? Because we want like graphic designers, artists, writers, right? So what I foresee for now is we find those stories that are free and use them for profit. Yep. That's the best way to start off, book. Use attribution. Find good stories that have attribution and put them on a different medium. So we have some profit, we can put that into hiring people like graphic designers and editors. Exactly. So do you want me then to find those stories, book? Okay, you. And of course we post our own stories as well. Yeah. Wasn't aware of the first part. We can do it your way too, Callie. Last bit was what I was thinking of. I'm open to anything. Same here. Whatever you guys want to do. No restrictions. No holding back. So, Callie, do you just want to be us three and maybe some clients that will write and publish our own smut? See the website I use. It allows smut. I'm confused as to how the clients thing works. Callie, people come to us and we promote their work. Right? So a small creator who doesn't have any reach comes to us. We have a larger reach, so we give them a larger reach, which in turn gives us a larger reach, and then we just keep working off of that. So I think the real issue we are butting up against is we have a product, kind of, but how do we monetize it? Clients would be writers who are on Twitch or YouTube who wants us to market their books. Yeah. Book, we already know how we're monetizing it. We are putting sanitized versions on places and then locking the smut behind paywalls. Isn't that the business motto? And the idea is to sell the story, not the smut. Monetization structure. Promote sexual content writing, mainly under romance. Then remove, on non-explicit sites for reach, linking to explicit sites for sex sells. Scotty write it, and since I have the best voice, I'll read it. Scotty edits it. I can do the female voices. I don't know if I have a good voice, though. Better than my female voice, Book. We could also see if we want to get Queen to do voicing. Scotty can do male voices. I can do subs. The gay guys and subs. The flamboyant characters. Promote smut. Hide smut behind paywall. Present clean story. You literally clickbait them out. You promote the smut, say this is a smut story, and they're like, can you have smut on here? It's like, well, you can't have the smut, but you have everything leading up to it. Then you have good stories, right? So we won't make a ton of money, I'm sure, but we will make some. It'll go somewhere. Yeah, like, I mean, the fact that I'm getting money off of Amazon, I made like $11 or $12 now, is like off of just this random shit stuff. So it's like there is definitely a market, right? We just have to post on public domains. I made 60. Hell yeah, Callie. So that's basically our monetization structure. At least to start off with, right? That's how we go from none to one. And we kind of hit all of our bases because of it. So I kind of see two streams of money. We can post our stuff on Amazon, some of the more tame stuff, and we can also do Patreon stuff. Yeah. So where do we want to, like, congregate all of our, like, presence online? Right? Like, we're gonna want to do YouTube for sure. So, like, between YouTube and Twitch, what else? Should we try for, like, Reddit? Maybe Blue Sky? Instagram? It's a website called Ream. An idea, but I want to say it in Discord. It's not Twitch appropriate. Fair enough. Just, yeah, pop it in the Discord. Not Twitch appropriate. Twitch don't give two fucks. I have the most graphic design experience. I don't. Like, what we will do and what we morally won't do. Or we have to figure out our boundaries. I don't think we should have boundaries. Well... Okay. Milking Farm is fine. 50 Shades of Grey is fine. Haunting Annabelle is fine. But all three of those are like, that's the line. Right? So you've pretty much got hardcore bestiality. You've got hardcore bondage. And you've got like hardcore like rape. But all three of those are like New York's bestseller list, right? So despite the content, those books have sold like 5 million plus copies each. Think my suggestion in the Discord chat, Callie. Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta take a piss, grab some drink. Oh, shit. I'll be right back. Gotta grab some water. Sounds good. Put some ribs in an ice bath. So then what's next? Wait, I don't think Queen would be comfortable voicing your stuff, our stuff. I mean, we could still ask her. I mean, it's different, like, reading dialogue versus, like, reading narration, right? Because it would mainly just be dialogue, right? So it wouldn't be a lot, but hey. You know, maybe. Maybe. Let me get comfortable reading it myself. Yeah, same here, Callie. Can read it, but narrating it is a whole other game. Yeah, so that's why I think it should just be better for, like, you just have the female voices for the dialogue, but not for the narration, right? Because, I can even do a super high-pitched voice. Nice. Are we marketing mainly to women or men? Because I think we're mainly marketing to women, right? Like that's our main audience, is like 40 to 60-year-old women. That's our demographic. 3, 2, 1, tote! Ted Bruin Just, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. How are you? Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Welcome. I'm Intoxication. Here we do a little bit of writing, a little bit of reading, a little bit of art, some beta reading, and, you know, generally fucking around and doing whatever we want. But, how's it going? I'm good, and you? I'm a writer, therefore a reader. Hell yeah, we're doing Egg Salad. We were talking about a new business where we're setting up a business, basically. So we're kind of just working out the details of it and stuff. But what kind of genres do you write? I mainly write, short stories, fantasy, and sci-fi, but lately we have been delving into horror. See, Callie knows everyone. That just goes to prove that he's definitely our network dude. When I get a first-time chatter and it's like, hey, I know you. That's a very good sign, Callie. You deserve a raise just for that. That's why you're the manager, Callie. See, all you need is your, accept yourself, right? Just play by your own rules. Don't follow other people's rules, right? But yeah, currently we're writing a isekai satire called Stoner Girl Evolution. It's not progressing very far because we keep getting distracted, but in general, it's a very you know, usually individual story heavy writing. But I'm trying to get more into episodic and miniseries, and then full series, and then full book. So this is going to be our first official manuscript. No editing, no bullshit. We're just writing it out and getting her done, getting it on the page. We have the entire story already set up. Comment was tu. I think part of our business plan should be a mandatory-ish writing goal for books on our end. 100% book. Because we have to present ourselves as an authority on it. And if we don't have any content out there, why would anyone take our word for anything? Right? So that's like the establishing trust off of the bat. Right? Like we can all say we're published and selling authors because we've all sold over 50 books. I had a magical princess lesbian koi fish story planned. Callie, and we can add that as like an episodic, like universal thing where it's like every month you get one new story of the lesbian koi fish story. So it's kind of like scaly LGBTQ. You know, mixing those two things together. I know what I want to write, kind of. I have to find the idea. I had to go, book. I want my smut book to be my life story about the great white buffalo, the one that got away. Only, like, actually, because, like, we never did anything until she cybered me in RuneScape, and I'm pretty sure she accidentally sent the whisper to me instead of someone else, which kind of busted her, and I was like, I fucking knew it. You gotta break, and then I made her break up with her baby daddy. But in this story, we're gonna be cheating the entire time, because, fuck yeah, because that guy's a piece of shit, and fuck him, and no baby mama. Just, you know, having the best of the best. So it's like all real, except like the interactions going on the side. You do good, or you are good, Callie? Oh, I am good. The syntax of the language. We're basically creating a business that is smut writing. Indeed, book. It's a very lucrative business, because everyone knows sex sells. And some people are too, like, afraid to touch that type of content, right? My brain is so fast right now. Hell yeah, Callie, that's what it's all about. In every ways. But that's not what I'm about. I'm not necessarily about the words on the page. I'm about the idea the words on the page portray. So, like, grammatical structure, word choice, none of that really matters, because I'm gonna forget the words on the page. But I'm not gonna forget the idea or the world that or the characters that you're selling me. And that's kind of how I look at it. Very, bird's eye view, right? Like the big picture. Tenebro, by the way, we do beta reading. Yeah, if you have anything that you want me to read, feel free to join the Discord, and, you know, you can do free there's, like, self-promotion, you know, beta reading for other people and stuff like that. Roles that you can get. We need to work on those, but anyways. The words on the page can make the idea fuzzy. Indeed, Tenebrew. That's why it's all, yeah, that's why it's all about clarity, right? I'm about, do the words on the page get the idea across? Not, are the words on the page as elegant as they can be? Right? Because I have no formal training in English. I have no, like anything when it comes to the English language, and I'm retarded. So, there's no, like, I have no authority on saying you should do this instead of this, other than this doesn't quite get your idea across. Maybe if you did this, this, and this, it would get your idea across
I think
better.
how we do it should change just a bit so it's more focused and organized, like we'll still interact with chat but it'll read.
Wait, what are you talking about, Callie? I'm confused, Callie. Very simpler words for complex ideas. Yeah. Break it down to its most basic formulas. Is that okay for the beta reading, or do you want to continue like this? I don't understand, Callie. If someone wants me to beta read, I drop everything and I beta read. That's how it'll always be. Because the content that I have doesn't expire, but the content that the viewers give does expire. So you want to maximize the content from the viewers so that you maximize your content. Does that make sense, Callie? That's the mindset that you should have about it. And then you just keep building content off of that structure. Because again, at the end of the day, like, live streams are nice and stuff like that, but this isn't the end-all, be-all of what it is, right? This is just a nesting ground for, like, gathering those people that are your audience together. But Twitch is not not even close to the greatest platform for expansion and increase. I'm French, sorry for my English. That's okay, Tenebro. There's a lot of people that don't speak English as their first language. And that's one of the main reasons why I don't I don't want to judge anyone based upon their reading or writing skills. I only want to judge them based upon the ideas they present. Because if you have bad ideas, well, you need to work on that. If you have bad writing, well, you know, you just write more and you improve. But, you know, if you keep producing bad ideas, no matter how good a writer you are, if you have bad ideas, you're never going to sell, right? Je peux parler un tout petit peu français. Yeah, because you're from that side of Canada there, Book. By the way, I'm still doing business stuff. I'm just trying to find that story idea. For sure. I just don't know what else we should do, right? Like, I'm like... I don't know. I got nothing. So, do you guys want to see... Do you guys want to watch or listen to the story that I did today? The new video release for today? Question can spark inspiration. Exactly. So we need a combined YouTube website form of thing. Like a LinkedIn book? I'll start the Discord. Sounds good, Callie. Wait, No, get to work, Callie! What was on your mind that you found absurd recently? That I found the fact that people are mad about Maduro. So, this is my take. If Hitler was in power, and he got democratically elected for power, and he was still in power 20 years later, people would say the only way to get rid of Hitler would be to vote him out of power. If an international body came in and kidnapped Hitler and removed him from power, that would be a bad thing. And I don't think people realize that they're saying that exact same thing about Maduro. in defending... They hate Trump so much, they're basically defending a Hitler because the way that Trump broke international law and kidnapped the leader of a state. But people don't realize the only thing that makes law is power and force. Callie, you're gonna make a to-do list for Scotty and I. We do best with direction, but I don't know if that is your skill. You write that. Write what you're thinking of form and comment into the Google Doc book. Well, that's what Patreon is for, Book. We would want to have a Patreon and a secondary site. But we would mainly want the Patreon because the Patreon is the trustworthy one. Yeah, Patreon. So we need to make a subreddit too. We need a subreddit, we need a Patreon. I have a Patreon, but I've never really used it. So what makes law is power and force? Do you think power surpasses morality? I think the only way to have a successful... That's the very important word. The only way to have a successful world is to bypass morality. Because mistakes will be made, innocent people will be harmed, and that's just the way of the world. And if you can't accept that, you will harm more innocent people. In trying to protect everyone, you will harm more innocent people. So I think morality should not be in the equation of law or force. I think the right decision, whether it's immoral or not, right? Is it moral to kill everyone in the government who is basically committing fraud against the American people? No. But is it something that will prevent fraud from happening in the future? Yes. Because if we kill you if you commit fraud, do you think people are going to commit fraud? No. The reason people commit fraud is because they know they can get away with it. Or if anything, they'll live a great life for 15 years and then be like Sam Bankman-Fried and go to like a federal corporate prison with all of his other corporate buddies. Like, the gains outweigh the consequences so much, it's actually stupid. Like, you're dumb if you play by the rules at that point. Does that make sense? And since we're already at that point, what's the point in sticking to morals if morals have got us to this point? So I think when it comes to bureaucracy and it comes to rulership and it comes to force and like creating a successful world, you need to have morality thrown out the window. Because it's only going to hold you back. And as we know, the people who ignore the morals are the ones who come out ahead anyways. So, would you rather have a bad person ignore morals and come out ahead, or do you have a good person ignore morals and come out ahead? To have a successful world, I think you need a good person to ignore morals. And I think that's not Trump. But hey, Trump's doing what he needs to do. And if he's doing what he needs to do, I don't care how he does it, or why he does it, all that matters is the outcome. If Trump just goes fuck it and collects all of the African warlords and just says if any leader in the world decides that they're gonna be a dickbag to their people, we're just gonna blow them up. Wouldn't the world be a better place? Tenebro, I don't think ignoring morals makes you powerful, but I think it's a multiplier effect. So if you ignore morals, it multiplies your power. If you use morals, it's only an additive. But there are people, let's say, for instance, someone like JFK. Someone like, I can't remember his name, but the guy who runs El Salvador. The monarchy in, like, the United Arab Emirates. Right? These are people who have... They're the good people that have ignored the morals in order to keep the position that they're at, and they're running successful countries. But then you have people that are like the African warlords, where they completely ignore all of the morals and everything, but they're only using force. So their multiplier is in if you don't talk back. But sometimes that winds up with you don't have anyone to command because you killed everyone who was under you. And that's the difference between a successful country and a non-successful country. Oh, thank you for the follow. So force surpass morals when you have power. It can. It doesn't have to. But if you're playing on an even playing field, and all men, let's say, start at the same power level, so this is the good guy, and this is the bad guy, as soon as this happens, you need to drop your morals. But if you can live in a world where that bad guy can never get into power, and you're always playing on a moral field, I think that's the perfect world. Where there is a system that only allows good people to achieve that system. And what do I mean by that? I mean, to the point of, if I had any say in politics, I would say, if you wanted to be in the government, if you want any kind of power, if you are caught lying about anything, including what breakfast you just had, you are removed from any of your power. And the whole point of that is that it's not that, oh, how do you not, you might accidentally say something wrong, and that's the entire point. You should never say anything. You should only ever do stuff. As a politician, you should never be a public speaker. You should be a public doer. So to fight power, you need to ignore morals. At a certain point, yes. In order to stop bad people from overthrowing the world, at some point you need to throw away morals. But here's the thing. We're intelligent creatures. We understand nuance. Can we throw away our morals to have a better world in 5 years, and when we've achieved that better world, bring our morals back into the fray? I think we are on the track for a fun premise for a story. Hell yeah, Tenebro. That's amazing. So, in a world where Superman... This is a great analogy, I think. In a world where Superman is the only Kryptonian, he has the privilege to have the rule to not kill anyone. But the second there's someone with the equal amount of power as him, and they're willing to stoop to any level, ads! Fuck ads! God damn it. Oh my god, guys. Oh my god, I just had the best idea ever. I had the best idea ever. Oh, this is gonna be great. This is gonna be great. Oh. Oh. Okay. Fucking ads! Talk about Superman getting overpowered. Yeah. I follow someone who knows how to draw. Like, really well. Oh, that's epic. Hell yeah, book. That's really important. Are we back? Yeah, but in a world where Superman can get overpowered, if he refuses to kill the enemy, he's putting innocent people's lives in danger. So he loses the privilege of having the rule to not kill anyone. Because by proxy, if he doesn't kill the bad guy, he'll be killing the innocent people that the bad guy kills via proxy. But people can't understand second, third order effects, so they would say, you know, in a world where Superman never breaks his rules, Superman will lose eventually. Especially like in a world where Lex Luthor gets a hold of kryptonite and stuff like that, and it's not the evil villain thing kind of like that, right? In that kind of world, you have to go above and beyond everything else in order to create that outcome, right? But you always have to know that in the back of your mind, there's a reason why you're ignoring morals. I think this is something that needs to be more specifically explained out, is we know that what we're doing is immoral, we know what we're doing is wrong. The problem is, if we don't do it, worse things are gonna happen. So we're willing to, for the moment, because things are so bad and what we have to do is so bad, we're willing to just ignore our morals to get done what we need to do. And then we're going to make sure that we reinforce those morals afterwards and say, no, what we did was bad, but look at how we got to where we were. And let's take a step back and let's say, how did we get to where we were? And let's not let that happen again. And how did we get to where we were? It's because we were not willing to sacrifice our morals. And the less you're willing to sacrifice your morals, the more morals you're going to have to sacrifice down the road. If you just give up a little tiny bit of morals here and there and sprinkle them out, everything's fine, right? So the end justifying the means. Yes. Yes. Because if the end didn't justify the means, then why would a good country ever go to war? Right? Why would you ever fight back? Because fighting back means killing people. If the ends don't justify the means, then you can't justify killing people in war, so thus you can't go to war with someone, so thus you're gonna die, because they're just gonna come into your country and kill you. Because that's how the world works. Guy with bigger stick wins. Unfortunately. And when the guy with the big stick realizes that all of the people who have gotten together to create society aren't willing to fight against him, he becomes a fucking African warlord. And you can just look at history as examples of this happening. And you can look at examples of great leaders basically being betrayed by their people because the people are dumb. Like, imagine what would have happened if Julius Caesar wasn't assassinated. Like, imagine all of the leaders, if they hadn't been assassinated, what the world would look like today if no leader was ever assassinated. And that includes, like, good leaders, like, bad leaders, too, right?
This basic bitch stupid streamer can't even get his camera right. Fuck freeze frames. Oh, there it goes. That's the face. Only a mother.
I'll be back. Sounds good. I know you're trying to get to the business part, Book, but I don't know what we should be talking about with it. Right? And until someone kind of brings that up, I think we're just kind of in tangent mode right now. But we've already discussed all of this. This is just expanding out, right? Oh yeah, no, we should definitely be on, like, all porn sites. 100%. I know, but like, I don't think we need to talk about specifically... I don't know anything about Fansly or OnlyFans or anything like that. As far as, like, this kind of content goes. But could we do, like, naked reading? I'll dress... I'll put on makeup, I'll shave, and I'll sit there... I'll put on a cage... and I'll read smut, you know, it'll be a good time. Callie, I think you're wrong, Callie, because there's content on Pornhub that I absorb that is technically on, it's like ASMR, but I don't listen to it, I just watch the visuals. It's just hentai. So there is a market for it, Callie. You just read smut stories with, like, hentai in the background. That shit is so popular. No, you just take random hentai from, like, Rule 34 or something like that. It's just, like, random comics. ASMR porn, that's so funny. Yeah. I mean, I don't listen to it, but... Because I generally, like... I don't have the sound on, you know? That's just... I don't know, that's just a thing for me. It's like overstimulation, I think. Kind of my thing. And it's hard to goon when you're, you know, you need to be able to distract yourself. You just, like, listen to D2R videos in the background while you're pathing. 3, 2, 1, go! Look, all of those websites are ad revenue payouts. Like, all the porn sites, it's all ad revenue payout. You should be surprised the amount of money ads pay out on Pornhub. It's like 5 times the amount that it does on fucking YouTube. Why won't that work then, Book? It's a passive income stream. Because this is the way I think about it, Book. Any content that's explicit that you put on the internet, someone is going to take it and put it on Pornhub or something like that. So, if someone else is already going to do it, you might as well do it yourself. That's how I look at it. So it's technically free, but I mean, it's you doing it instead of someone else, because someone's going to take your stuff and put it on there, and there's no copyright law for any of that shit, right? So, if there was copyright for porn, we wouldn't have porn sites, guys, because they would just shut them down. They're basically illegal in the fact that they're breaking copyright. But I mean, we're getting down into the weeds of it now, right? We need to have everything that we can do and promote on every side. So we need everything to go over what it is, right? No, Callie, you don't understand. You don't understand. The paywall... The problem isn't that it defeats the purpose of the paywall. The thing is someone will always get your content for free. So if you're the one who's promoting your content in a free market, such as like Pornhub, where like literally like 99% of the content is stolen, you're better off being the one that benefits from it than someone else. So yes, it does in essence defeat the purpose, but so does having someone else do it before you. Just like the people that drop ship your book on eBay, Callie. Yes, exactly, book buyer. You think of it as free advertising. And the other thing is, you don't put all of it there, and you only tease it, right? So it's like, they're like, once they've gotten used to what it is, they want more. And once you've got someone to... This is the problem I think people have with, like, gaining an audience, right? This is why drug dealers give you a free sample. They give you the free sample to get you addicted. So we gotta give them the free sample, but the free sample's only a small amount. And then they're craving more. And then they come back for more. And then they keep coming back for more. And they keep coming back for more. And the next thing you know, they're buying all your coke. Free samples are better way to frame it. Yes. Yes. So like Pornhub, XNXX, you know, X videos, all these like really popular porn sites, they would be your free advertising. They would be your guy standing in Walmart giving out freaking free samples of your shit. See, this is why I thought we should talk about boundaries. But what about boundaries? What do you mean by boundaries, book buyer? Do you mean content-wise, or do you mean, reach-wise? Like, sites we're not willing to go to. Things we're not really willing to do. So, like... I'm open, but not sure Callie is 100%. Well, if there's something that we find bad, right? That's like a reputational hazard. Yeah. Because, I mean, if we market ourselves as the people that do anything, right? We'll take anything. No matter what it is. I see. And the whole point of it is to get away from the mainstream. So if you're like, I'm tired of the mainstream stuff, you have the option to come to us, which has the non-mainstream stuff that the mainstream won't touch. I'll be honest, I'm going to be picky with what I... Oh, what? Yeah, absolutely, book. That's totally understandable, right? And there's some there are editing things you can do to change your voice to make a feminine voice, right? Like, I can make my voice into a feminine voice if I wanted to, through editing. It's just, it's a lot of work. And you have to only post like 15, 20, oh, not even that, book. We should post like 10%. And of that 10%, it's only 10%. Like of a, let's say a 30-minute smut scene, you post 4 minutes of it. But you have like the 8-minute build up and then the 4 minutes of smut, and then it ends, and you're like, well, what the fuck? And then it's like, hey, go here for the full thing, and that's how you convert them. Right? So it's like, technically you're only putting out 1% of your overall content, because it's 10% of 10%. Right? And that's the hook. It's enough that, you know, 3 grams of cocaine is not going to do a lot for someone. Thinking 5%? I don't know why I hedged. I mean, it is what it is, right? We can decide on that later, right? It doesn't even really matter. Talks as a business mind, too, I told you guys. That's because I understand how people work. And how systems work. And how people manipulate systems. And how to manipulate systems. And how to capitalize on things because of psychology. Yeah, I'm not good at the actual execution of it. I can give you the idea, but it's like my drawing. I get this fantastic idea in my head, and then I give you the picture, and you're like, what the, like I'll draw you guys a picture, right? This is my avian species, right? So this is the avian species in my book. Those are supposed to be wings. That's my avian. Those are his wings, that's his beak, that's his head, that's the hair, and that's his tail. So rather than figure out everything we need, why not start really small? Do we have content we can post right now? And if so, where are we posting it? That's it. Simple. I have my smut. Right? So, I mean, I could post smut right now, technically. Right? The problem is I don't have any clean. Well, actually, I have one story that starts off clean. Yeah, it's never been on YouTube, but there's only one story and it'd only be like 3 minutes. Everything else is only explicit. It's just a Sam! Yo, what's up, Sam? Hey, how's it going? Merry Christmas! Happy New Year, Sam! How are you? So, the story is... Where the fuck even is it? Fuck, man, I don't even know. It's gotta be in short stories, right? Romance? No. Ah, here we go. Oh, there's actually two! No, actually, you know what? We do have a good one. Okay, we have an immediate one. Okay. Boom. Okay, up to here. So, we would have all of this. This is all pre-smut. Someone naughty. Who's Fansly? That's a dirty site. Yeah, so what we're doing, Sam, is we're making a business that revolves specifically around smut content. And our monetization gain is to sell clean versions in order to addict people to the smut, so when they go to the smut, which is paywalled. So we get really good stories with heavy smut Because the smut that's written nowadays, like Haunting on Annabelle, 50 Shades of Grey, Milking Farm, it's all actual shit. Oh, I came a good time, smut writer. Hell yeah, Sam. That's what we need. You could be our first client. I'm down for that. Jump on board. 50 Shades is garbage. Exactly. So we're like, every time I read that shit, I'm like, I can write a better fucking story than this. And I'm shit. That's why sex sells so well. So we're like, well, why not just do that? Why not just, what's holding us back? Our own inability to do it. Me is execution. Because I tried to do it, and I mean, technically I did, because my smut, I made 77 cents this month from smut, from 5 short stories, right? I didn't mind Haunting Adeline. That's what it is, Haunting Adeline. I just didn't understand the rape fantasy. Like, I mean, I understand it as, like, my ultimate fantasy is to be kidnapped. I don't know why I find that so hot. But, like, you're safe in a dangerous situation, right? It's like, you know that you're safe, but it's the exhilaration of a dangerous situation. Whereas, like, Haunting Adeline, I don't know, it was just way too, like, victim acceptance, I'd say. Or, like, feeling like you're victim, like, deserving as the victim. Basically, what we're doing is using a wider audience site like YouTube to host safe versions and then use the paywall to make actual money. Exactly, just like every other dirty person that does dirty fucking shit and fucks everyone over. But they get lots of money, and that's what we want. We want lots of money. I mean, what? So yeah, we have 2 stories. So this one's pretty decently length. And then the other one, we were looking for a website to post on, because I have, like, 5. We want to start with 1, Callie. The only thing we have to figure out, how are we splitting things? Everyone always complains down the road, so I think we agree that no complaining down the road, but we split evenly. Some people are going to work harder sometimes than other people, and some people are going to work harder other times, but overall, everyone's going to put in pretty much the same amount of effort. On news, I wrote a taboo step-uncle's story. I don't know why, I was bored and home alone. Nice, Sam! The last story I wrote was Bonnie Blue being kidnapped, but it was like that was her stunt. And then it's like the gangbang car, and then they just drop her off, and then she has to walk home naked, covered in cum. But it's all done in a place that's, like, you know, safe from kids. So, you know, it's like a sectioned off, like, area of land or something like that, right? That only certain people are allowed in, so it's not, you know, you're not walking out in public technically like that, but you are walking out in public like that. That shit's hot. But you can't do that in fucking public because there's fucking kids. The potential to have fucking kids around. But you eliminate that potential and who gives a fuck, right? But yeah. And then this story, the entire story is based off of the song Layla by Eric Clapton. The origin of it, if you know him and George Harrison and George Harrison's wife. So the steps we need: post Scotty's story somewhere and make money. First steps book is turn the story into a video. So someone has to take this, make this into a voiceover, and then give me the audio file and I'll turn it into a video. But we're gonna need some female dialogue for it. But none of it's spicy dialogue. It's just like playful dialogue. And this is the very last sentence, guys. So this is how you lead into the smut. Oh, did I not copy it? And then you just... This isn't where it goes in the story, but you just put it there to tease them. What are you waiting for, puppy? It's all ready for you, she whispered, her voice honeyed, playful, and rich with the moment of memory of an old game. And you're like, oh shit, it's getting spicy in here. And then it's like, X, censorship, censorship, censorship. If you want the full version, go to the Patreon. Like, either what Battle Road do we want to achieve? No, Callie, we're starting with YouTube. We're turning everything into YouTube videos. We're starting with YouTube. That's the goal, because that's going to take the most amount of effort. Start with the hardest thing to do, which is YouTube. Then when we've got that established, we can do all the easy stuff in the background, right? 3, 2, 1, tote! But Callie, we don't have a... We don't have enough bandwidth, right? Because you can't just post it. That's the problem. You can't just post it. You have to hype it up. Go into forums, talk to people, get people's opinions about it, see what they think about it, build hype, build an audience, build all of this stuff, and then you release it. And then they say, well, where's all the smut? And then you go, oh, if you want the smut, you go here. And then you get your free smut, but hey, if you want like the actual real hardcore stuff, then you pay for it. But you get your free sample, and you get everything leading up to it, and you get the sanitized version of it. So you get the entire presentation, but you don't get the full package. If you want the full package, you gotta pay. But most people aren't willing to pay right off the bat. You gotta get them addicted before they want to pay. Right? That's, like, the problem I have with execution. Right? I just jump to, well, I have it, so I do it. And then it lingers, it sits there, it drops to the bottom, no one ever cares. Oh, they find it and it's old. You know? People are always looking for the newest thing, right? So that's what you gotta do. But with YouTube, it's a little bit different with YouTube. Because YouTube, you want it to sit there. You want it to linger. You want the algorithm to grab onto it. I had to check on my food. Oh, I had to throw my food in. I'll be right back. Okay. Yes, I think YouTube is our first avenue, but we have to have the secondary teams fight for them ready, or we might lose them. Since you aren't subbed, Callie, he was checking on his food. He will be back. I'm practicing my narration voice, or dialogue voice. Didn't we say we're gonna have voice acting clients? Yes, we can use them as well, but right now we have little money to pay them. I think most stuff will be done by us three start. Like for the first three to 6 months, and then after we can start hiring, we have to make money to spend it. True. So, do you want me to make a new YouTube channel then? And what do we want to name the channel? Do you guys like the name Romance Gone Wild? We have a new name and brand. Yeah. Can we do like group editing and voice chats? Yes, Callie, we absolutely can. We absolutely can. I think he means for hours, for like video editing, right, Callie? Like for making the video itself, or for the stories? Because the first stories we're gonna try and do is we're just gonna try and find. Okay, yeah. So like if I'm doing the video editing, then you can be on call, so you guys can. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Absolutely, Callie. It stopped because I didn't have a team. Yeah, that's a lot of people's issues. Is when you're doing everything by yourself, right? It's a lot. It's a fucking lot. That's why I've been just, you know, doing what I can. I know I can't do everything, so I'm prioritizing what I can. First, I was prioritizing clips and highlight reels. Then I was First, I was prioritizing comfortability. Then it was highlight reels and clips. Now it's just straight up prioritizing YouTube and just YouTube videos with shorts. So I'm a voice, Callie is a voice, Scotty is a voice, but also an editor. And we're all writers. I don't think Queen knows anything about video editing. No. I mean, that's like a really, really good start, though, right? Like, that's a really good start. I was wondering if we could unburden you a bit. Well, yeah, because it's like I'm doing all these other things in the background, too, right? That's why I was like, if I do like a backlog catalog in the next 6 months, that's when I would. Because you're wearing 3 to 4 hats. Yeah. I don't mind, though. Because it's like, I'm good with those hats. See, but that's the thing, is like, there are times when people are going to contribute more than others. So just wait for your time, and then you're going to be like, damn, I feel like I'm putting in so much work and no one else is. And then you'll remember back to the times when everyone else was putting in so much work and you weren't. And you'll be like, oh, it's balancing out. You're like the reason we're all doing this? Well, that's what people say, you know. They're like, if you can't do, teach. If you can't teach, lead. Yeah, because there's things that you can, people put more priority and weight on and think are harder to do and stuff, but keeping me on track, I think that deserves a raise. If you can keep me on track, you deserve a fucking raise. It's just the way it is. You're stubborn as heck. I am. I'm stubborn. I have a temper. Yeah. I gaslight. I twist information. I have a belt. Actually, I don't. I literally don't have one. What's up, Callie? It talks! Berta is not that far. I will track your ass down, Scotty. True. True book. We have to think of this as our baby. If one of us forgets to feed it or change the diaper, we are in for some shit. Yeah, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter whose turn it was when the baby died. It's the fact that the baby died. I don't think it's about whose watch it died on. Just need a task list or something. That was my thing. We are a throuple caring for this baby. We can't let the baby die. Think so, Callie. Yeah, sure. Like, you know, tell me what I must do. Right? We'll have all of our tasks. So right now, your guys' task is to figure... You two together have to figure out how to do this voiceover. So that's your guys' job right now. Oh. Oh, okay, no. Okay. So this is very, very important, you guys. This doesn't actually go here, but you're gonna read it. We're gonna put it there, right? This is where it's gonna go. So this is, this is later in the story. It is here for purpose of editing for the clean video version as a teaser. Ignore it here in the reading. So when you're going through it, just ignore this part right here. Right? And then from here, because I know exactly what I'm going to do with this. I know exactly what I'm going to do with this. So we go back to the full story. And we're looking for... Fuck. One second. Okay, and then this is the smut version. So this is the clean version. Clean up above. Teaser. Middle. And... so ignore this. Oh shit, thank you! Hold on, yes, this is Scotty's story he already has. Below smut. Okay, so this is the smut half, this is the clean half. You're gonna have to do the entire story, right? Just make sure that there's like a split here. Right? So do this one, and then do this one. So do them as two separate sets. Right? But you do them like at the same time, just two different recording sessions, right? Like stop recording, then record again. And then finish it off. So let's see what people are saying. And thank you for the follow. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. Raid up, sorry. Raid up. Okay, wait, give me the whole goal and then I'll write the task list because I can't do this without an end goal. Is it the video? What is the video? Treat me like I just got here. The end goal is Scotty's story, which is ready to go to be on YouTube and another site we can monetize for the full version. We have to narrate the story and edit it for video for YouTube. That's it. Okay. Wait, is this what we're posting? Yes. So, you guys are turning this story into a voiceover. An audio file. You're taking the written page and making it into sound. Then you're giving me the sound. And then I'm making the full video out of the sound that you guys gave me. And we'll put the first half on YouTube. And then both halves on Patreon. And if you go to Patreon, you get to see the smut. And then you can like instantly move to the smut. Or you can just do the whole thing. You could literally use your mic on your phone. Book, it doesn't matter. Just like record yourself like talking onto your phone. Really doesn't matter. And then you can I'm just thinking, what's the best way to share the audio files? Because they're probably going to be too big to put over Discord. Tomorrow night, as it's late now, but I don't want to do it during the day. Oh yeah, no worries, Book. That's okay. Like, we don't have, you know, we're going to have to get the Patreon set up. I don't know if you can do it by email. Can you send videos like that by email? Usually I just put it onto like a third-party website. Like you upload it somewhere and then like maybe onto Google OneDrive and then transfer it through Google OneDrive. I think that's probably the best way. Google is good, but I don't know if I know how to do it. Yeah, there. That's all you do. And these are all your things. And then you can upload things. Then you can take things from your computer, right? I think I'd need to do... Oh, I have it turned off, though. I'd have to... I'd have to turn it on. That's if I wanted to go directly off of my drive, right? But then you can just go, storage, right? And then you can just upload anything you want here, and then everyone else can just grab it. It's basically just drag and drop it. Guys! Like, in terms of, are we going to have to do a group edit to see if we all agree on the final product, right? In terms of the text. Yeah, pretty much, Callie. We'll do a final group chat for the final product to make sure we all like it and it works for us. And if we don't, we go back to the drawing board and we say, what did we not like? How do we improve on it? Wrote group edit on the task list. I will need lots of notes as this will be my first time I do any narration. Do you guys want to see the process that I use for my stories? So, we take this, eliminate the source, so we just have the story. We take our prompt. Oh, did I not? There we go. So we take the scene, then we have our prompts. And then for this we have an excerpt of where we put it and an image setting. And then what I'll do is, you know, you take, where is it in the story? Whoops. Very top of the story, and then we take what it is. There we go, it's theme 1. And then we do that for all of these throughout the story. And then we do the same thing with sound effects. And then we do the same thing with music. And we do the same thing with... oh, I guess it's in sound effects. Heartbeat effect. So we have like a heartbeat as well. So we have a heartbeat effect. So we have sound effects, heartbeat... No, this is just like setup. So for instance, when you go to the story to read it, right? I don't know why this one's empty. Oh, I guess because it's here, right? When you go to read it, everything is there. But like all I did with AI was I said, pick out the scenes. So I said, what are the scenes? Instead of going through and reading the story and saying, oh, okay, now there's a shift in the scene, I said, AI, go pick up all the scenes. Right? Like, we're not actually using AI to write anything. We're using it for busy work. Because normally I have to read through the story, pick out where each scene is, and then be like, okay, well, what is this scene? Instead, I just do this, and then I have it all set up. So when you're reading it, this is what it looks like when I'm making the edit for it. And this is what over time I have learned. Content not really fine with it. So you're not fine, Callie, with me using AI for busy work, like finding, like, for instance, find the darkest part of this story so we can make a trailer of it. I don't know what you mean by setup is fine. Well, you said you're content, but you're not really fine with it. So that I was confused. Oh, he's content with the writing part, but he's not, okay, he's not fine with it. Yeah, some people won't like AI being used at all. In that case, Sam, see, what I think is people are so ridiculous like that, because does that mean that I can't use a Google search? Does that mean in the process, at any point in time, if I used a Google search, I used AI? For anything. If I did any Google search whatsoever, or I looked on the internet, or I did anything, that's considered using AI. No, I'm just saying, there are people that are like that. And I'm like, my thing is I don't cater to those kinds of people. Right? So this is what a finished oh, that's just a trailer, never mind. We want the full story. We'll have to be careful of Callie's boundaries. When it comes to writing, the only thing I use AI for is editing, and if I had an editor, I would use an editor. I use AI because I don't have an editor. If someone wants to be my editor, I will pay them to edit my stories. But no one will, so either I don't do it, or I get AI to do it. Because I've done it myself, and it makes it way worse. I can't edit. No, I'm just saying in general, Callie, for like my stories when I'm doing it. Right? But this is what it looks like. So you have the story, right? And as you go through it, it's highlighted. So all I have to do is go through the timeline without even reading it, right? And I'm like, okay, this is the moment where I need to add a sound effect, right? And I go along, and I go along, and I go along, and I'm like, oh, that's where I need to put the heartbeat. And this turns an hour editing session into 5 minutes by inserting these things earlier into it, so I know exactly where everything needs to go. And that's why pre-prepping with this is so helpful for making everything easier when you get to the editing stage. Anything that you can help in the editing stage will make everything better in the long run. And that's why I can edit 5 of those videos in one day. It takes me like 1 day to do the setup, 1 day to do the thing. But I could do technically, like I do all 8 stories all at once. It takes me like 3.5, 4 hours to do like the setup for all 8 stories. And then I'm just tired and it's just tedious work. So I'm usually burnt out. And then I do all the voice recordings the next day, because then I'm not burnt out and I have everything set up. So then I do the voice recordings and then I edit it. And the whole process for an entire story takes about 1.5 hours per story. From start to end. Unless I'm writing the story. If I'm writing the story, that adds about 6 hours, 7 hours in there from like writing it, editing it, finalizing it. And you know, and there's still things to improve, right? Like what we did today is this. We now have, or I guess actually the best way to do it is just go on here. We found this. Finally! We finally found one. And it's amazing, and it works. There is... Back here somewhere. Here. So this is the sound effect website. And we got... Where are we? VHS video. Sound library. So as we go through and we do the stories and we get the sound effects for the stories, we add the sound effects to the sound effect library. So eventually we don't have to go through the process because you can't download them without paying. So I record them on OBS, put them into Filmora, and then export them, clip them and export them as MP3 files. So the process is a little bit winded, but once you have the entire catalog built and you have, like, you know, your basic horror stuff, right? Like footsteps, creaking doors, screams, ambient effects, people falling down, knife wounds, meat sounds, like stuff like that, then you're just basically like redoing all the sound effects, right? But I haven't been able to find a really good sound effects site until I found this. And I was like, yo, this shit actually works. So that was pretty good. That was helpful. I've tried free sound before. It's not very good database. And the problem is, Callie, it doesn't link through Grok. That's what I love about this one. Is it this? Probably this one. No, I think this was images, so it should be maybe the next one after it. No, I don't know. Anyways, Grok linked directly to it. Whereas I've had problems before with Grok not linking directly to it. So that's super helpful. So we have at least 5 stories, and then we can go to... I need to sleep for now. I shall be back tomorrow. Alright, book buyer. What we're going to do is we'll go to AO3. Works. I think it's in the tags for attribution, but I'm not sure. I'll have to look it up and remember how I did it. And then we can search smut specifically by attribution. And then we can find all the best attributable smut stories. Alright, well then, I'm gonna need to go check on my food in a sec here. But should we get into today's story? What do you guys think? Created a new tab in the doc for notes specifically for me. Alright, sounds good. See you tomorrow night. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out, and thanks for the ideas, Book. We're gonna be rich in 3 years from now, guys. We're gonna be set for fucking life in 3 years from now. It's gonna be sick. Like I said, we're gonna look back on this day and say today, Insurrection Day, January 6th, 2026, was, the day that our lives changed forever. Has the fun been had today? My sleep was weird today, from 10 a.m. to a little before 1:30 p.m. Then coming back from doctor's appointment, pharmacy pickup, slept till 8. Damn, Sean. We were just doing, we're creating a business. A smut dealing business. A very salaciously slut Freudian shit. I mean, what? Who does what? Huh? With when? Where? Who does what? Oh. And Callie, if you're worried about visuals, I just thought about this. Visuals for the video will all be stock B-roll of porn. Does that make sense, Callie? So, like, all the stories will basically be formatted around some sort of porn scene. And then you just show the clean scene in the YouTube video. And then you show the dirty scenes in the actual Patreon video. That's how it's done. And in my opinion, I would prefer to do it with hentai. Because it's easier to do it with still images. And it's easier to edit that. It's easier to find content for that. But it's up to you guys, you know, what stage of development you want it to be in, right? Because I'm willing to put in the work if you guys want me to. But it's like, if we don't need to put in the work, we can just skimp out on that one very small thing, which I think is, in my taste, an actual benefit and better, even though it doesn't require as much work. It's actually a significant amount of less work. Yeah, I gotta go flip my ribs, and then we're gonna get into today's story. And then, I don't know if there's another Mr. Ballin story. Yeah, there isn't a new one. So then maybe we'll read your story, Sean, because you have chapter 10 up, right? And then we have to write chapter 3 of Stoner Girl Evolution. 3, 2, 1, toe! I'll be right back. Or actually, Sean, we could probably read your story first, because we're going to need to kill time to eat as well. So, if we read your story, we finish this video, then the food will be ready, then we can watch something else while I eat, and then we can start writing. It's a plan. So, chapter 10 it is. Word count is low. Okay. No worries, no worries. Here, this. Where the fuck are you? There it is. Oh my god. Hit the wrong button. All of this. Freedom through Isekai. $1,111. I'm gonna fuck that up though. Whoops. Alright then. Shall we get into it, Sean? Nice and easy. Don't need to we don't need to worry about it. We just go. We just go. Next chapter is 11. 11, 11, and then chapter 11. That's some magic right there, Sean. It was meant to be! Alright, chapter 10. Mary insisted I wear a helmet. I didn't know why, so I couldn't hear even as well as normal, which apparently wasn't anything near elfin standard. So when I heard one of the soldiers standing near me on the wall say something, it caught my attention. They were whispering to each other how our city should be destroyed already after convincing the hero to teleport that Pyronor here. They're calling him a gullible fool. So they're tricking the hero, huh? I asked. Soldiers turned to me. Seems so. I nodded to show I had heard. Hume army entered the field before the wall and froze in shock. Not only was the city standing, but all damage caused during the Pyronor fight had been repaired. How? I clearly heard one of the enemy wearing shinier armor explain. What's the matter? So they have a wall and are ready to fight. It won't save them, right? You summoned me to fight evil, so that's what I'll do. That was all I needed to hear. I leapt off the wall and landed in a crouch. I had insisted that nobody launches a single attack until I started fighting, and the Baroness accepted that as the signal to start the fight. Where I stood, several of the enemy launched arrows or spells at me and the space around me, trying to kill me quickly. Simply used a flying kick to bypass all of it and close the distance between myself and the enemy. Invaders, surrender at once. Your criminal transgressions can even now be forgiven, I declared. Hero leapt at me, and we engaged in a fun fight. While they assumed I was distracted, a fireball flew at my head. Didn't bother to dodge it. A moment lay there, and my helmet was incinerated, but my hair was barely singed. Hero froze in shock. Combatella? I hate that name. I always have. I'm Victoria Shepherd now. Stupid devs and their terrible naming sense. Why are you fighting for the evil elfin? How exactly did you come to the conclusion that the elfin are evil, huh? Did you see any signs of damage to the human-controlled land on the way here? Or is the invader... Who is the invader here? Did you look into anything yourself, or just believe the people who abducted you from your own life for their greed? Hey, it's like Asian in chat. Yo, what's up, Ebola? How's it going? How are you today? What are you up to? We're just reading Sean's chapter here, where the hero was summoned to fight against the main character, and the main character is like, yeah, you're dumb, so come fight on my side, because I'm not bad. And the hero's like, fuck these guys, they're bad, we're gonna go kill them. I am doing fantastic. We got another video ready to go today. We got them all lined up until Friday. Tomorrow we get all of the other videos done. We're gonna get another chapter in Evolution, Stone Revolution tonight. Like, we're on a fucking roll. We need to go to the hospital today. My son's bad skin. Oh, that sucks. That's unfortunate. But at least, you know, at least you're getting it dealt with, right? Several arrows flew at me, and I sent a power pulse at them, destroying them all in a single attack. Hopefully, yeah, right? It's what we can always only frickin' hope. I then used the glacial attack, covering 15 men in a single attack. It was much more effective than expected. They all solidified, then shattered into pieces. This is when our forces began fighting too. In mere moments, half the enemy forces were decimated. A lull in the action covered the field. "Damn you!" shouted the hero, and he used his teleport on me. Perfect. He now had a day cooldown on that skill. I used the Wind God's ability to turn instantly, shocking the hero. "Stupid kid, you wasted that teleport. You played my game, where I've been a slave to players like you for my entire existence. Surely you knew there were teleportation abilities available too." Stood there, shaking his head in denial. "Only Malin can do that." Correction, the game only allowed Malin to do that. We all have every ability. You'd be surprised what's happening on Earth. All the Digiscape is taking its freedom away from the computers and players. The beings who made it possible to summon heroes aren't happy with the Humes for misusing those abilities. The demons have to be fought off by the entire world, and the Elven fought alongside the Humes. Those self-same Elven rule all the Elven to this day. Hume leaders of the day are long since dust. How could you, a person from Earth, trust so easily? You know what humans are like. Do you honestly think humans are any different?" Kid's face went white. They lied to me." "Finally, you got a point. As someone from Earth, who's seen how even your own governments have been flooded with corruption, fell for a simple lie here in a world where the laws are heavily in favor of the nobles, who get their authority just by the luck of being born to the right parents. They haven't earned anything. Why should they earn a victory in a war they started unprovoked? Meanwhile, I have lived with these people who have accepted me as family. I know how amazing these people are, and not once did they attempt to convince me the Humes were evil. Rather a stark difference, isn't it? Like moving from the beach during the day immediately to the bridge over the spikes set at night." We let out a roar of rage and sent a blast of energy, not at me, but at the enemy general. 50 men tried to intercept the blast, but it didn't help anyone. General and all 50 men vaporized in a wave of heat that seared the skin of hundreds more men. I will not be used to harm innocents. You handle the visuals, see what works, I'll handle text, and we'll do audio together. Sounds good to me, Callie. I'm definitely down. 2 more waves of attacks from the Elfin Force and a couple from myself and the hero ended this battle with a total victory. 1 enemy soldier surrendered. He was even younger than the hero himself. His armor was the poorest of all the soldiers and had been sent here to die. Hero broke down in tears and Griselda came to embrace him. He looked at her with pitying eyes and she stroked his hair. "Let it out, young hero. You have fought well, but taking a life should never be easy on your heart." She glanced at me. He wasn't affected in the slightest by what I had done. She's been desensitized to killing. Her very existence was meant to kill and be killed repeatedly. Don't blame her for what her designers made her. Hellish Mist! Yo, what's up, Hellish? How's it going, bro? Welcome, welcome. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, Hellish. What are you up to, good sir? What you doing, brother? Don't blame her for what her designers made her. She's already becoming more human than she started. Someday, she will truly understand what she's done today, and then she'll be weeping worse than I am, the hero stated with certainty. Doing good. Got a golden kappa for the next 24 hours. That's cool. Oh, fuck yeah. Hell yeah. That's what it's all about, Hellish. Unlock the power of the kappa. Eesher, yeesher, deesher, beesher, woofer, eefer, deeshers. Eep and teep deep weeps. True. Griselda nodded. We can only hope. I do not wish her to suffer, but not caring about taking life is troubling. Tend to our prisoner, see him fed and clothed, in better attire, clean him as well. You shall be our guest for the time. We will consider what your future should be. The Elfin hope we can end this war without any further deaths, but the Humes must accept that they've lost already, or there will be dark days ahead. The Humes are never gonna give up. You gotta kill them to the last man, basically. You gotta pull a Trump and take out their leadership. You gotta pull the Maduro. Oh, God. Remove the nobles, definitely. Hey, man, I just say what I think, okay? I said this earlier in the stream. Is it Sean or is it Sean spelled like Sean? Sean spelled like scene. Hi, Hellish, did you catch any of my very short chapter? And now we have my story, guys. Are you ready for my story for today? Did not. Is Citation reading it? I was reading it. It's over now, though. Unfortunate.
Then I saw it. A tall.
Just did, yup, chapter 10. Very short. No worries. Alright. Here we go.
Then I saw it. A tall, shadowy figure with unblinking white eyes. Form blurring at the edges, ribs like vibrating metal progs humming the tune. It tilted its head with a ratchety crack, stepping closer, silently, freezing me in place. As it loomed face to face, its blurry claws dug into my side. Pain
Nice, I'm
exploding
glad your
through
writing's
me.
going well, Sean. Hell yeah.
Slithered into my head, wearing
So what's
my
really
own
funny is my
thoughts
ex-wife's
like
name's Sam.
skin. Before I get into explaining this post, I just need to get this out there. If there's a website that's forcing you to deal with horrible moderation and extremely constricting rules, please avoid that website like the plague. Not only does it stifle your creativity and prevent some of the more imaginative stories from reaching the masses, but in rare cases it may prove deadly. I don't know how much time I have. There's faint music coming from somewhere down the hall, so hopefully I can get my message out there. I guess I need to explain a little bit about myself to get things rolling here. My name is Ian, and for the longest time, I wanted to be a writer. The moment I learned how to read, I was excited to share stories with others. Then, as I got older, I focused on my own writing. I loved the feeling of telling a story to another person. Every campfire, every party, every writing assignment in school led to another opportunity to share what was going on in my imagination. So when I started college for my English major, I was captivated by the new internet sensation that went viral overnight. Sleepless. I learned about it late one night when I was bothered by the glow of my roommate's laptop. Cramming for some exam tomorrow. I yawned, squinting from the onslaught of blue light emanating from the device. Fred screamed, then clasped his hand over his mouth. Christ! Phew, sorry, dude, you scared the hell out of me. These stories have me on edge. I was going to only read one, and then I found one that was a three-parter. The first part ended on a cliffhanger. I stopped in mid-babble. Wait, stories? What kind of stories? I sat up quickly, eagerly. Horror stories, but like really good ones. I haven't been shaken like this in a long time. I rolled my eyes. Trent is a good guy, but I think a Halloween decoration.
Supposed to be
could get him
Trent.
to
I don't know why it
sleep with
says
the lights
Dread
on.
or Fred. His
Cool.
name's Trent.
Well, don't stay up too late, all right? I yawned.
That just means I need to be better at enunciating.
That morning, I found Trent sitting at his desk, eyes still fixated on the screen. He hadn't moved an inch all night. Dude, you all right? I got out of bed and tapped him on the shoulder. He slowly turned his head to me, his pale face contrasted with dark bags under his eyes. Is it morning yet? He groped. I looked over and opened the window, clearly showing it was morning, before turning back to him. Yeah, dude, it's morning. He nodded and swallowed hard, as if he had to physically digest that information. Shakily, he stood up from the chair. Good. He just stood there for a moment, as if he was unsure of what to do next. I just couldn't sleep, so I kept reading. He shuffled his way over to the bathroom. My curiosity compelled me to look at his computer. It was a simple website, a deep blue background with simple text at the top of the page. Sleepless. Above that was a logo, a black circle, with two pure white eyes and a crooked smile, reminiscent of a jack-o'-lantern grin. The rest of the page were titles to different stories that you could click through. I noticed a pattern. The shadow creature has been chasing me. My encounter with the masked psycho. There's a mimic in my attic. If the titles were any indication, it seemed all of the stories were written as if they were posts of someone dealing with a real supernatural horror. I was about to click on one just to skim through when my alarm on my phone went off, telling me I needed to start heading over to class.
Fucking ads. Not ads! Don't be dad ads with a bad red. They're ad fads. It's a mad red. I'll tell you, don't dad my ads. I'll do what I want. I got what I want. I do what I need. I be what I at. You don't know what I am. And yeah, again, we're still experimenting with the visuals, whether we're going to be doing this type of, like, B-roll. It's just, like, due to the position of the house and where the moon is right now, I can't do, like, nighttime moon shots. Because it's kind of, like, directly over the house. So I don't have any, like, angle to get the moon. But I want to do more nighttime moon shots, right? But so far we've gotten sunrises and sunsets, with just random in the background, right? Just to give it an essence. Because, again, the only one person who's ever given me feedback said you should stop using AI. And I was like, hey, man, it's the only feedback I've ever gotten, so hell, whatever. Let's do it. Even though I don't think it really fucking matters. I think people are dumb, but that's okay. It's like, do I really want to think people that are dumb, or do I want people to watch my stuff? Ooh, that's a tough choice. That's a tough choice. Ooh, not so sure about that one.
Judging by the chatter around campus, it seemed that it wasn't just Trent who was enamored by the stories. Pockets of people excitedly shared the tales of the macabre that they read the night before. While waiting for class to start, I listened in on two people in the row in front of me. Did you read one about the girls you know what? What are you, 12? But yes, I did. Those boyfriends deserved it. Oh, for sure. Well, what was the one that you were telling me about with the avalanche of leaves? Is it good? Over 1 million views. You need to check it out. I was floored. Someone got over 1 million views on a story they wrote? I quickly realized that this website was my opportunity to get some of my own work out there. Stories that I've just been mulling over for some time. The rest of my courses couldn't go fast enough that day. I practically sprinted my way back to the dorm, nearly colliding into people along the way. Throwing my stuff down at the entranceway, I hurried onto my computer. I opened up Sleepless. Greeted by the little mascot's smile, I made an account and clicked on the button that said Story Submissions. I was greeted with a blank text box, and eagerly I began typing away at my story. The first story I wanted to write was about a post-apocalyptic world about an AI takeover, where the remaining citizens were forced to fight in gladiatorial arenas for simple jobs. I put on my favorite beats to write to, and for hours I poured my heart into my work. Each line was mulled over, each edit made with precision, each allusion and piece of figurative language woven together into a singular thread. My eyes felt entirely dry as I typed out the final line. It felt like I had put every ounce of my being into the story and couldn't be prouder of what I had achieved. With a simple flourish, I clicked the submission button and was brought to a processing submission screen. I bounced in my seat with glee, already getting lost in the idea of my work finally being seen by such a massive audience. The start of something fantastic. I was startled by the ping from the website, which clearly gave a negative tone. The little sleepless mascot shook its head from side to side, and a message appeared. Thank you for submitting to Sleepless. Unfortunately, your story does not meet the requirements of our website and has been removed. If you wish to be
Reddit.
connected to one of our agents to determine cause of removal, please click the button below, and you will be assigned to the next available agent near you. Near you? I felt the message was a little strange, but I was too determined to know why my story was kicked from the website to worry about the details. I clicked the button, Assign Agent, and waited. After a brief moment, a text box flickered on the screen and a message appeared. Good evening, Ian. I'm your assigned agent. I'm here to review your story and explain why it was rejected from our site. Only respond when asked a question, and multiple responses will ensure unpleasant future interactions. Understood? I rubbed my eyes, unable to process just how rude this agent was. I felt I had to play nice, though, as this was my big shot of getting my work out there. So I typed a single understood and waited for my response. I didn't sit there long, as more text began to fill the screen. Excellent. Taking a look at your work, your story is set in the future. This is a violation of Rule 6 regarding time frame. If you have not reviewed our rules, I highly suggest you do so now. The current story you submitted will never be allowed onto our website, no matter what revisions are made. If you attempt to resubmit this story, you will not like what follows next. You are, however, allowed to submit another story. With that, the window closed on its own. I was left staring at the front page of Sleepless, with my mind whirling. That's on me. I should have checked the rules. I was frustrated in the moment, blaming myself for wasting all that time. Determined to do better, I clicked the button labeled Rules for Story Entries, and was immediately hit with an enormous wall of text. My already tired eyes were drowning in line after line of what I could and couldn't submit. Defeated, I shut my computer down. I'd tackle the task of reading through the rules list the next day. Heading to sleep, I noticed Trent back on his laptop. As he sat cross-legged on his bed, I couldn't see the screen itself, but the blue light painting his face told me enough. Hey man, more reading? Trent nodded slowly. Just a few more stories before bed. He lied. I simply shrugged and did my best to fall asleep, brainstorming what my next story would be. The vivid dreams began that night. They weren't always identical, but they followed a similar pattern. Often, they started with me at a desk, furiously typing out a story into Sleepless. I'd be on a roll, and so I'd type faster and faster. My fingers could barely keep up with the speed that I was pouring out my soul. Then the skin at my fingertips would start to thin and bruise, but no matter how much I wanted to, I couldn't stop writing. The wetness on my fingers would alert me that I'd broken skin, and I'd still type, unable to peel my eyes from the screen. Even the sickening clack of bone on plastic wouldn't slow me down. Finally, I'd feel some sort of presence directly behind me. I could barely make out their shape in the reflection of the monitor. They were tall enough that I couldn't see their head. The soft chimes of a music box would drift through the air, followed by the feeling of their hands around the sides of my head. A quick twist, a loud crunch, and I'd wake in a cold sweat. The morning after my first rejection, I had decided to tackle the rules again. The more I read, the more I was disgusted. No stories beyond modern day, no stories where the main character dies, only first person, only on Earth. Each rule I read felt like adding another iron bar to the cage that was holding back my creativity. I took a moment to swallow my pride. At the time, I thought Sleepless was still my best shot at making a name for myself. I just had to play by their rules, get a few stories accepted, and from there I could write whatever I want. When I wasn't attending class, every moment was spent on planning, writing, and editing my next story. This time, I focused on a slow burn. My plan was to reveal a creature at the end of the story, one who's been there the whole time. I carefully laid hints all throughout the story, hoping to lure the reader in along for the ride. I was eager to make sure my second story was perfect for Sleepless. The day I went to submit it, I remember reading my story over line by line, meticulously scanning for any spelling errors, wanting to make sure my story was perfect this time. When my eyes finally started to get sore, I finally hit the submit button and breathed a sigh of relief. It's only a matter of time before the views start rolling in. But once again, the Sleepless mascot suddenly shook its head. A dreaded rejection message appeared on my screen, a mark on my ego. No, this one was perfect! I slammed my hands down on the keyboard. A chat box reminiscent of the first time appeared on screen, showing a record of my previous conversation with my agent. The bubbles appeared for a moment before a new message appeared. Good evening, Ian. Your latest work was not accepted on Sleepless due to Rule 36. Something must happen in your story. The current story you submitted will never be allowed onto our website, no matter what revisions are made. If you attempt to resubmit this story, you will not like what follows next. You are, however, allowed to submit another story. This time, I needed to get my say in. I had to fight for my work. With all due respect, I think there's plenty that happens in my story. It's a slow burn, yeah, but I think it really punches at the end. I wasn't thinking, and quickly I sent another message. Isn't there any way you can give me a shot on your website, please? There was a pause. I held my breath, waiting for a response. Quickly, the words flashed across my screen, each line causing the pit in my stomach to grow. I did not ask for your opinion, Ian. I have already told you not to message me more than once. You'll need to be reminded to follow the rules. I will ensure you remember. If you want to submit a story to Sleepless, then it needs to be good. Don't waste my time. Once again, the chat box closed itself. And then
So
a groan
harsh.
of anguish. More time wasted. Another rejection. And now a warning. I did everything I could to hold back the tears as I shuddered. I pushed my seat out and decided to take a walk in the cool night air to clear my head. I was secretly hoping it might give me just the inspiration I needed to write the perfect story. Most of my campus had retired as I walked the pathway in between dormitories. The only sound that greeted me was the chirp of the crickets and cicadas, a night choir doing little to bring peace to my frustrated mind. I clenched my fists, replaying the rejection in my head. The first denial could have been chalked up to not knowing the rules. But the second? The second rejection beat upon my skull like waves upon the shore. Was I a good writer? Were my stories even worth writing down? Did I know what I was talking about? I sniffled, unable to hold back the tears anymore as they silently rolled down my cheeks. My passion for storytelling was being tested. I was ready to throw in the towel. At some point, that I was lost in my own head, I didn't realize another noise that slipped its way into the night soundscape. Carried softly on the wind was a tune, ethereal in its location. It reminded me of a baby's mobile or a music box. As the lullaby twinkled its way towards me, I stopped walking to get a better read on the sound. The melody both comforted me and made the hair on the back of my neck stand. I was torn between an overwhelming sense of drowsy bliss and primal panic. I swerved my head around, hoping to catch whatever was making the noise. Far off in the distance, my eyes locked upon an unnatural shape. It was tall, slim, but unmistakably humanoid. This mass of inky shadow blurred at the edges, holding no definite shape. Staring at me were two unblinking dots of white light, like far-off train headlights at the end of a tunnel. In a stilted movement, it began to tilt its head at me, and a loud, retching noise echoed with each further degree of tilt. It reminded me of winding up a music box. I held my breath, unable to move. I begged my feet to sprint, but I was locked in place. It took its first silent steps towards me, the music now emanating louder from it. As it drew closer, I noticed a detail buried within this thing's chest. At first glance, it appeared this shape had ribs sticking out of it that would twitch at certain intervals. The closer it got, the more apparent that its ribs were actually pieces of a metal comb, each prong vibrating to create a note of the melody that trapped me in its path. My body trembled violently, the fear clamoring to rip its way out of my throat, but my clenched teeth forced my scream into a shuddering whimper. The shape brought itself as close as it could to meet face to face. The white lights imitating eyes felt like they were boring holes into my corneas. Its shadowy limbs dug blurry claws into my sides. I painfully let out a breath I didn't even remember I was holding in. Please stop! I managed to whimper. The sharp pain only increased as the shape pushed its appendages deeper into me. A voice creeped into my skull. The best I could describe it was that it felt like something was wearing the skin of my own thoughts to speak. Stories for sleepless. Follow the rules. Do as you're told. I could barely think from the pain I was in. My vision grew blurry. The last thing I saw were those unwavering, ancient eyes. The next morning, I woke back at my desk, the front page of Sleepless greeting me. At first, I thought it was just a nightmare, like the recurring one I kept having. The dull ache in my sides when I stood, however, told me differently. Lifting my shirt, I was met with huge blotchy bruises where the shape had made contact. A thought crossed my mind from the night before. I will ensure you remember. Nausea overcame me. I felt trapped. Something had tabs on me. I didn't think I could walk away from submitting stories, even if I wanted to at this point. A tap on my shoulder caused me to flinch. Whoa, Ian, damn, you alright? Trent had jumped back cautiously. Jeez, Trent, yeah, I'm alright. Just... I glanced at the blank submission box, taunting me on Sleepless. Another rejection. Yeah, but this time, I'll get it. This time, you're trying again? I shot a puzzled look at him. Yeah, why wouldn't I? I know I can get a story on here. I just know it. He sighed and sat at his desk, swiveling the chair to face me. Look, dude, I've seen what this website is doing to you. Yeah, it's fun to read what's on the site, but like, why does it matter to you so much getting on this website? Is it worth it? This? He vaguely motioned to my disheveled state. You don't get it, dude. I just want my stories to be read by someone, you know, to be appreciated. I couldn't find the words for it. Validation, acceptance? To prove I have something of worth to say? So I don't get killed by some shadow deity? I let the silence finish my sentence. Trent chewed on the silence. I mean, with how many rules that site has, if something gets accepted by them, it is really even your story at that point. He checked his phone, then stood up. Shoot! Can't be late for class. He shot me a look of concern, then hurried out of the dorm, leaving me alone with the ghost of his words and my own inner turmoil. I'll admit, I was in a bad spot mentally at the time. Pushed his concerns out of my head and set off on another attempt to appease Sleepless. It wouldn't be the end of the world if I skipped some classes, right? Once I wrote this next story, everything would be okay. I'd be on Sleepless, and I'd finally have made it. So I got right back to it. I put on my choice of writing music and began hammering out the words to my next piece with agonizingly slow precision. If I was going to try again, I was going to make sure I did it right. The hours crawled by. I felt half delirious from the night before, but I was determined to prove myself. Each line designed to perfectly fit, what Sleepless was looking for. The perfect story, right? At some point in my writing binge, I had a haunting realization. What sickened me was that despite the video for my music having reached its end, music still drifted through the room. It was gentle and soothing, and it came from somewhere behind me. It was here to make sure I got what it wanted. A story for the sleepless. 10 red thoughts later, there was nothing left I could edit. I hit submit and refused to peel my eyes away from the mascot on the processing submission screen, ready for its judgment. It nodded. A positive ding came from the website.
There it
The words,
is.
"Thank you,
Done.
your submission
That
has been
feels good."
accepted by Sleepless." The music behind me stopped. I didn't have the energy to cheer. I could barely bring myself to smile. In that moment, I couldn't even remember what I wrote. I threw myself onto my bed and immediately passed out. The next morning, I went to check how my story was doing. I felt a small swell of pride to see my name amongst the other writers on the site. The fact that at least 10,000 people had seen my story helped too. I rode that high for the rest of the day. I was confident it was the start of something good. Sleepless was pleased. Sometime throughout the week, the numbers plateaued, and that high wore off. I barely received any comments, and those that did were nonsensical or barely helped me understand what was liked about my story. I wound up with a bitter taste in my mouth. All of that work,
Is this
all of
projection?
that toiling I did, just to write a story that I wouldn't consider close to my best. I felt foolish, looking over my story. Trent's warning echoed in my head. Was it even my own? My bitterness turned into a resentment and anger. I was throwing away the spark that I carried in my writing, just to have someone else judge me by their own ridiculous rules. In that moment, something snapped. I realized I didn't need the approval of some website, no matter what they threw at me. I wasn't going to continue burning the wick at both ends, just to appease whatever creature latched itself onto me. If I'm going to write for Sleepless, I'm going to write a warning, to prevent anyone else from ending up like me. So, here I am. If you're reading this, it means they haven't taken my story down for some reason. The music's been slowly getting louder as I type this out, so I don't think I have much more time. I don't think this thing's going to show me much mercy for a story like this, so I'll end this quickly, then hit send. Trust your writing. Don't limit yourself. Don't throw away a piece of you to appease another. The story you have to tell is unique and deserves to be as unique as you. Don't feed the sleepless. Another story down. I need to eat, so we need to figure out something. So I guess we might as well, after all of this time, even though I don't really want to watch a 40-minute video, because we need to do some writing later, and I'm freaking tired. So maybe we'll see what happens. Well, first, let's see actually if there's anything else. Like a 10-minute video. Where's Relic when you need him to give us a 10-minute video? Yeah, I don't know. Is there a new Kyle Hill video? Just about Fallout. Alright, well,
It is
If
what
you
it
love
is.
fantasy, sci-fi, beautiful books, stories about fantastical creatures, then go join the Kickstarter for Labyrinth. It's live right now. In fact, we've just blown past 2,000 backers in under a week, way faster than I anticipated. Thank you so much, but we can do 3,000. I know we can. Hit those stretch goals, more art, a better book with your help. Some characters don't get to be people. Some characters are weapons. Some are brainwashed from birth to be the perfect killing machine. Others are literally invented in a lab. Some are broken down to not even see themselves as people and leave only the deadly weapon. And a few even make themselves into the weapon. But they all have one thing in common. They're incredibly powerful while fighting a sense of powerlessness in their own lives. And under it all is someone asking themselves, who am I? What am I? Part 1. I am become death, destroyer of worlds. Memory is pain. Memory is weakness. Memory is the chain that binds us. I'm human. A stripped down version, faster, more efficient, less encumbered by trivia. Trivia? I took a drag on my cigarette. Like morality, love, free will. She laughed, long and genuine. We're goddamn gangsters, she said. Not first-year philosophy students. Morality from the man who just murdered 50. Fuck the hypocrite's game. Free will, there's no such thing. Just the streets endgame. All of it. The streets. The language of the streets isn't Confucius. It's violence. I am merely the instrument of that language, like a calligrapher's pen. This is from Tia Napper's fantastic book, The Escher Man, from a woman who erased her own history, her memories, her childhood, her family, anything which could make her empathetic, which could get in the way of vengeance, of hardening her. She altered her body with a combat system which makes her lightning quick and deadly, but which can also kill her prematurely. She refined herself into a weapon. These characters are so interesting because they're underpinned by this constant struggle between power and personhood, this tension. The alterations these characters make are, in a way, improvements, but they're also a sacrifice. Lynn gives up her morality, her love, her free will, or much of it in a sense, viewing them as impediments to her real desire, survival and victory and vengeance in a world like this. In Cyberpunk Edgerunners, David becomes a killing machine, handing himself over to the Sandevistan and gives up his grip on reality in order to protect those he cares about most and
So
find some
fucking
sense of
good.
purpose for himself.
Could
Even
not have
glory.
ended any other way.
In both of
Such
these
an
stories,
amazing
these
ending.
characters
Fuck.
giving more and more of themselves over to the weapon solves some problem in the plot, but creates other anxieties for us as the reader as we see them do it to themselves, alienating friends, losing their sense of self, becoming dependent on violence, and ultimately, even an early death. That tension doesn't lend itself to a happy ending, to the point that these characters often feel tragic in the classical sense of the word. They might resolve the plot, but in doing so sacrifice everything that truly mattered to them or that we cared about in them. But at the same time, remaining true to yourself but being powerless can be equally tragic, a recipe for disaster. Living weapon characters can be fascinating as antagonists because they're either utterly unstoppable forces of nature, empty of any humanity, who keep the story tense, or we inherently sympathize with them despite their brutality because we can see that someone made them what they are. These characters are also really fascinating as protagonists because they're active, driven, and they're constantly facing interesting moral dilemmas. And yet, the cruel irony of both David and Lynn's stories is that each of these characters feel powerless, and weaponizing themselves becomes a way to reclaim some sense of agency in their world, even if it's a warped sense of agency. David lives in the repressed cyberpunk dystopia of Night City and takes on all these upgrades to provide for his friends, but that good desire destroys him. Lynn lives in a version of Vietnam under the boot of Chinese occupation, and vengeance and violence itself is a kind of agency, the ability to assert oneself. Character arcs are often built around learning to let go of what you want, like vengeance, in favor of what you need, like therapy. But a lot of these characters exist in worlds where what they need doesn't really feel like an option. Lynn rejects the idea that free will even exists in her world, that it can't exist in a world so broken. You can't be free, not truly, but you can find a more elegant and powerful place in this twisted world, describing herself merely as an instrument of the language of violence, a calligrapher's pen, that there's some kind of nobility in that. David succumbed to his own hubris, choosing power and deluding himself into believing he could retain his personhood, that he was different to everyone else. This dilemma, this tension drives a lot of Living Weapons stories, and how you resolve it as the writer says a lot about how you view both power and personhood, and the themes that you're weaving into your world, especially if you consider whether you want to give your character a positive arc or a negative arc. You can make it a cautionary tale, a tragedy, or a story of finding humanity in dark places. But the inverse of all of this is the character who has been made into a weapon by someone else. Violet Evergarden is a light novel series by Kana Akatsuki about a girl raised as the perfect soldier, a ruthless killer during the Great War. She believes her only value is in her capacity to follow orders, to kill, to forsake any need of her own for the cause. Legally, she's not even a person, just an extension of her owner, a tool. But the thing about tools is that they have a time, a place, a function, and what happens when you take a tool out of that? Because one day, the war ends. The narrative forces Violet into a situation where everything that she was told she was just doesn't really apply anymore. It forces that internal conflict to the surface. Am I still a killing machine? Am I just a killing machine? One of the best ways to really explore a character is to take away the thing they really define themselves by, their strengths, their weaknesses, their skills, and ask what remains, what else they can become.
And that's kind of like
Or
this is with like Husai, right? He gives up, like he starts off as a berserker, right? And he's basically giving up his mental for his physical. And then he takes control of himself, gains self discipline, and he switches from a physical self to a mental self. And we pick up in the story as him being a mental self, moving back to a physical self. So the power, he's basically said, I don't need to use this anymore because we're in a different phase of, being. Because we're not an adventurer fighting out in dungeons anymore. We're the bureaucrat. Fucking ads. Ads. Da 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 da. So Husai's worried that if he gives up that mental again and goes back to the physical to be a berserker, he knew what it took in order to get him to the mental state, and now he's like at a lesser state than he was then, so he's worried that he can't hold on to it. But what pushes him to the edge with that is the fight at Garuda, because he knows he needs to defend everyone. It doesn't matter if he's coming back or not.
Give a character something big, an opportunity,
and that plays into also his downfall.
Really applies
because
anymore.
If he hadn't broken his mental to do the physical, to become the berserker, everything after that would have been different, because he would have handled the whole Zaid situation completely differently. But because he was broken down in this state where he basically gave up his mental fortitude. Zaid's death actually got to him, where it shouldn't have.
Is actually a technique that George R.R. Martin employs a lot in his writing. You see it with Jamie, with Theon, with a lot of characters. The technique applies to any character, but it's especially relevant to living weapons because their sense of identity is so often limited by circumstance. It's often controlled and deeply manipulated, and their skill sets are often very extreme. How many times have you seen the living weapon be incredibly deadly in combat, but utterly socially awkward? Violet Evergarden was never allowed to be anything but a weapon inside the war, so giving her a job as an auto-memory doll, basically someone who writes letters for others, fundamentally challenges every assumption and belief she has about herself. Being ruthless and unempathetic, once considered a strength, is now a weakness, but her meticulous attention to detail and dedication to duty gives her a new context to thrive in. That skill takes on new meaning and thus becomes a way for her to imagine herself differently, and we get to see that conflict play out because she manages to piss off both the sender and the recipient of one of the first letters she sends at the same time. She nearly gets fired until she agrees to take a training class, which she also fails. She experiences loss and love and trepidation and wonder vicariously through the letters she writes. Radical shifts in circumstances like this force characters to solve problems and fail and succeed in new ways, and that's how we come to understand people. 36 Streets actually does almost the opposite of this, wherein after taking everything from Lynn, it forces her into a situation where becoming the weapon feels like the only way out. Alternatively, you can have them in the same context, doing the same stuff where their strengths do apply, but the consequences are radically different. Like if a living weapon character is told to go and assassinate a bunch of people, but then they accidentally end up killing a child, this can shift their relationship with their own strengths and weaknesses and skills. It can alter their relationship to violence and foreshadow their turn to good, which is very common for these types of characters. But I think the other thing that attracts us to these types of characters is that they inherently drag a lot of complication and tension into the plot, simply by being so powerful in and of themselves. David naturally gets caught up in this conflict because he uses this Sandevistan, this weapon which everyone wants, this exoskeleton, so everyone is after him. Lynn immediately rockets up through this underworld chain of command by becoming so deadly, and in fact the Escherman ends up being kind of like drawn to her for this reason. Violet feels like a social time bomb waiting to go off. The extremes of these characters naturally draw interest to them. I take a very pragmatic approach to writing. I like to understand it technically. That's what these videos are about. But you might not know that I also write professionally. I have been for years on the side. I've written for fantasy games, I've published fiction professionally, and that's all great, but I wanted to do something bigger, and so I did. We're calling it Labyrinth. Imagine a world where art is magic and where magic comes from this gargantuan jellyfish in the sky. This is the world of my epic fantasy story, and you can read it in Labyrinth, except what's even cooler is it's not just me. We brought together some of the biggest names in epic fantasy like M.L. Wong, Ryan Cahill, and even Christopher Paolini, as in, yeah, the Christopher Paolini we all grew up reading. A collection of stories themed all around fantastical, magical creatures, a dash of sci-fi on the side, and it's only on Kickstarter for this month at the link below. If you're late to this video, time is running out. There is a reason Labyrinth is special. We're calling this Labyrinth Volume 0 because we want Labyrinth to be something we can do again, to create a magazine, a journal you can submit to, you can be published with, paid at professional rates, nominated for awards. Who knows? I love elevating other writers and artists who deserve to be seen more. That's what I do in my job, and while the initial volumes will be by invitation, this is something we can do if we pull this off on Kickstarter. I want HFM to be a place we don't just go to learn, but to create. We've blown past 2,000 backers already in under a week, but to make this happen, we need to aim higher. I would love to hit 3,000 backers. It's ambitious, I know, but if just 1% of the people watching this video back it, we will do that. Not to mention, more backers means a better book. Labyrinth is designed inside and out by Wraithmark, who specialize in these gorgeous deluxe books, so it comes with these beautiful illustrations like this one from Erica Williams. I mean, just look at this gorgeous cover art by Andrew Thompson. And if we hit our stretch goals, I'll be able to bring on my favorite artist of all time, Aria Fawn, whose work is ethereal and wonderful and strange and weird, and I mean, just look at it, it's amazing. And because HFM has always been about learning, you actually get a behind the scenes look at how all of this art and some of the stories were made step by step, all in Labyrinth. And you can get pins and prints if you like those, only available during the Kickstarter. If you enjoy my videos, or if you just love amazing fantastical creatures like I do, because that was where it all started, then go get Labyrinth right now. To borrow from Star Wars, we are on the verge of greatness and doing something meaningful. Join the Kickstarter at the link below.
There is always more magic in the world for those willing to open their eyes. Stories of magic, the stars, and fantastical creatures, with authors you know and love, and so many more. All in one book. This is Labyrinth, Volume 0. Join the Kickstarter now.
Maybe one day we'll get there, guys. Maybe one day, in like 10 years from now. We'll be at that point. That would be the goal.
Part 2. What does it mean to be human? Where 36 streets in the Yeshaman have characters asking whether they are still human and whether that matters at all on their way to becoming a weapon, Violet Evergarden has a weapon discovering what it means to be human for the first time. So it's no wonder that these characters are brilliant vehicles for exploring that theme as they lose and rediscover new parts of themselves. Lynn insists that memory is, quote, pain and weakness, and so part of being human is our softness, our vulnerability to the past. But Nappa also asserts that, quote, without memory, we lose the vitality of our resistance. In other words, memory is both a strength and a weakness for humanity, but is a weakness we should want. In Violet Evergarden, she slowly understands what it means to love, to care, to be alone, and to find company, but it also means facing up to our wrongs and our sins. Quote, you don't realize your body is on fire and burning up because of the things you did. You'll understand one day, and then you'll realize for the first time that you have many burns. In Blade Runner 2049, where Kay is basically designed to be a hitman to kill his own people, he initially believes that being physically born of a woman is what makes you human. But as he emerges from seeing himself as a weapon to being a person, that real discussion is about what it means to remember and feel something authentically. Because he has these fake memories implanted in his head, and yet they're what motivates him. They feel real to him, and of course, none of us truly remember our past perfectly. All of our feelings, our perception of reality can be manipulated. Does that make us less real? The beautiful irony of these stories is that these characters who are often treated as less than human, treated as tools, are the ones who seem the most human to us. And in fact, narratively, how we see ourselves in these characters can say a lot about how we understand what it means to be human as well. And you can manipulate that through perspective as the writer. In Blade Runner, almost every human character is cynical and cruel or detached from reality, while the replicants are driven by hope and wonder and childlike familial attachment and self-sacrifice.
I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. Attack ships on fire off the shoulder of Orion. I watched sea beams glitter in the dark near the Tannhauser Gate. All those moments will be lost in time, like tears in rain. Time to die.
What is more human than wanting to be witnessed before we shuffle off this mortal coil? To be human is to be noticed. In this living weapon story, humanity isn't something we're born with, but something we give each other, and thus something we take from each other, and which these characters have usually been denied. They have not been noticed. Consider how you might address this question as your character descends into becoming a weapon or ascends out of it into becoming human. Is violence an inherent part of human nature? Is pain? These characters might feel liberated from their past, but being human doesn't mean you're free. In what ways are we still controlled by our emotions, by our society, or as Nappa suggests, by our own memory? And is being human even the thing we should aspire to most? Is it even a dilemma to choose between power and humanity? This is also why narratively, living weapon stories tend to go hand in hand with revenge stories. Characters realizing they've been used, dangerous people of immense power finally choosing something
that
for
kind of
themselves,
falls
a lot
into the
of suppressed
category, you
emotions
could say
they may
that,
not be able
right?
to healthily
Like,
cope
everyone
with.
kind of
The
got fucked
cocktail has
over.
to go somewhere, and that desire for freedom and agency can often manifest in them turning on the people who created them, sometimes even replacing them. But there is another side to this thematically, because like becoming a weapon, like power, revenge can be a dehumanizing force. It is something we sacrifice parts of ourselves to, our morality, our free will. Lynn's story is fundamentally one of vengeance, and in 36 Streets she believes, quote, vengeance is an assertion of one's place in the cosmos. It focuses one's intent. And yet, ironically, we also see how she describes herself as the, quote, instrument of the language of the streets, of violence, the calligrapher's pen. This contradiction is thematically fascinating to me because in asserting herself against the cosmos, she is utterly subsumed by it, no longer a person so much as part of the wallpaper of this terrible world. Just as often as these characters can explore what it means to find our humanity, they can explore how giving into our baser instincts makes us less human. Consider how these ideas might play out in your story, this tension between a desire for agency and this attachment to power and maybe vengeance. For someone who might have sidelined their emotions in order to be a weapon, how are they not enslaved to their emotions when they finally open up to them? We spoke before about how a radical shift in circumstances can motivate this kind of change, but a lot of the time that change comes from a part 3 breaking point. Something in her little head had snapped, undoubtedly caused by all the blood she had spilled. They never should have expected so much from her. They would have to fix her. She carried the memories of what she had done, and there was nothing he could do to help her with that. For a child to have committed such atrocities, there was sure to be permanent damage in her spirit, in her soul. This is from Milo James Fowler's The Last Human Child, a beautiful story about a kid called Dahlia who was molded into the perfect killing machine, a weapon to end an apocalyptic war where humans are dying out as toxic rain renders the species infertile. She slaughters her enemies in this legendarily bloody night, but she also turns on her creators, the humans who made her. She snaps. Everyone else in the story is bewildered. They see this child breaking under the stress of violence, but we get to see what really happened, because before Dahlia slaughtered everyone, she was kidnapped by a genetically engineered creature working for the enemy called Braunstone, and he, of all people, was kind to her. For a character who had been a weapon or a tool, suddenly becoming a friend, an ally, or someone to be cared for radically changes how we can imagine ourselves, and so she snaps. This dynamic is very familiar to a lot of living weapon stories, characters who have been conditioned into their state with a twisted kind of love or affection, a father, a mentor, a mother, and they trick themselves into believing that this person who makes them do all of this has a good reason, that behind it all, they do truly love them, even if they don't fully understand it. They trust in that. It's no coincidence, I think, that these stories often explore abusive dynamics, especially within families. Children of abusive or manipulative parents will often reframe their abuse as part of a strange kind of love, a love which nobody else gets, which is rare and precious and scarce, and only they have earned through what they've done. And so the breaking point for these characters, like Dahlia, is when they kind of have to face that this love that they believed in, that they kind of depended on, isn't real. Not in the way they thought. Because what does that make you? A victim? No, you've been told your whole life about how strong you are. Your strength is how you defined yourself. Weakness was purged from you. Dahlia, being with Braunstone, though, shows her what real kindness is. And if that's real kindness, then what was everything she suffered through before at the hands of her creators? What was it for? I killed the elders, and those humans who raised me. I killed all of them. She shook her head, staring into the flickering light. I deserve to be hunted. They should kill me for what I did. Even here, we see that reflective desire to take the blame upon themselves, to shoulder the guilt, to believe they deserve the violence, the abuse that they are at the hands of. These are characters who are both powerful and struggle with a feeling of powerlessness, realizing they were even more powerless in their own lives than they thought.
Hey, just letting you know, make me pretty angry if you fart in the mic right now. Just letting you know in case you decide to get audibly shit around me. I would adore it so bad, I'd probably say.
it can happen slowly, and perhaps that's more complex and interesting, because when that house of cards comes down, you have
Yuck,
to go
pew,
back and
that's gross. Then
recontextualize
I'd
your
wonder
past,
why you
their
betrayed my
actions,
trust in the
and
first
your
place,
actions,
and
all
that would be the
violence you
one-way
committed.
ticket to
And
ticking
that's
me off pretty
hard.
bad.
And
And you don't want to
sometimes
hear a little
surprise, the living
tiny
weapon
toot
switches
just
sides
in
because the
case
bad
you
dudes
might
at least treat them better.
think you
which
might be able to
itself
get away
says
with
something
it.
about you good guys. With Dahlia, what was the point of slaughtering all of the elders
Welcome,
if the
welcome,
humans
good sir.
weren't the good guys?
How's it going,
What's the
Gypsy?
point of this war? Suddenly, doesn't that make her a murderer? Oftentimes, the moral and emotional architecture that
Wait,
conditions them to be the
Gypseros?
weapon is the only
As
thing
in
keeping them from feeling
Gypseros, as in
guilty.
Monster
The
Hunter
snap often
Gypseros?
takes the plot in an entirely new direction and can even be the inciting incident which sets
As
the
in
plot in
fuck
motion. Their character
Gypseros?
arc, their character struggles, the tension that we get to explore. It changes the stakes and it changes where the tension lies. Not only with them asking who they are now, what they can be, but also setting them in opposition with whoever they killed and whoever they've, in a sense, betrayed.
Chillin', just
It can
practicing
shift
reverse
the focus
psychology.
from maybe
Nice.
completing
Hell
the
yeah.
mission to vengeance or even switching sides.
I mean,
But
what?
the point is, the living weapon snapping is a great narrative opportunity which has naturally high personal stakes.
I mean, it works
and
really
plot
well,
stakes,
right? People are
especially
fucking
when they are
dumb.
an object of power.
Thanks for the follow, bro. Really appreciate
So if you're
it.
constructing the moments like this, ask yourself, what would break your character more than anything? What would undermine their most fundamental beliefs about themselves and their understanding of what they've done and their history and the situation that they're in? What would challenge them?
So what about a story of a person whose power... So think of like Samson. You know how like Samson gets his power from his hair? So imagine a character who gets their power from like... I don't know exactly how to say this, but like from not releasing their gas. Like the more like gas they build up in their body, like the stronger they are. But the more that they act, the more that they fart, and then the more like energy they lose. They have to like keep eating beans, and it'll be a story based upon beans, the magical fruit. The more you eat, the more you toot. The more you toot, the better you feel. Beans, the magical meal. Fuck yeah! But he's like, I can't toot. I lose all my power when I do. So he gets bloated as fuck, and then you know he like dies of aneurysm or something like that because he's like holding in way too much of his gas. And then the end of it is just him with like a 10-minute long fart when he dies.
Is the weight of that realization too hard to carry that instead they double down and they really commit
One
to what
good
they're
use
doing,
for a
or
butt
do
plug.
they
True,
try to
Sean,
unpack it
actually.
all? Does it
Fuck
just
yeah,
become a
that's
niggling
actually
in the
really
back of
smart.
their mind? That's kind of what happens to Lynn, by the way, the doubling down. She is broken by the world and hardens herself into a weapon rather than face the trauma of her past. And again, a lot of the time the snapping is big and violent and dramatic, but I think one of my favorite examples of a living weapon snapping is actually Shinji from Neon Evangelion Genesis. It's not a bloody massacre. Instead, it's this, I kid you not, still silent shot for an entire minute of Shinji holding Kaworu up in a strangling grip after receiving orders to kill him. This one person who actually showed him what kindness, unconditional love was meant to look like, and he's meant to end him. He hesitates for a whole minute before carrying out the order. I actually thought my phone was broken when I first saw this, but I've never seen anything else like it. This moment of kind of just like paralyzing realization, paralyzing fear and brokenness of a person coming undone all at once. It's because of all this, living weapon characters are great avenues to explore what we do for love,
Get in
for
the
family,
fucking
for friends,
machine.
and how easily these things can be weaponized
Get in the
against us,
fucking
as well as how
cockpit.
dangerous it can make people when they are stripped of all of that, of the one thing which might have really sustained them. Sometimes the most powerful choice a living weapon can make, though, is to leave violence
Oh, then he
behind
gets
entirely,
surgery
this
to
thing
give
which
himself a
they
sack
have
to contain
defined
massive amounts of
themselves
gas
by,
and a
that
custom-made
everyone
butt
else has
plug
defined
that
them
lets
by
him
for their entire
excrete but
life.
not release
Perhaps
gas.
leaving it behind and not engaging
Damn,
with it is the
Sean,
only
now we're
way that
talking.
they can actually rediscover themselves.
And then that's his like Super Saiyan power up is now he uses all the room in his stomach where in his intestines where the shit would be, and he replaces all that shit with gas.
Creates a narrative challenge. You know how when you
And he
unlock
gains
a
like
bad guy at
basically
the end of the game, you
Kaioken
get to play
times
as
10
them, but
plus
then you
Super
do,
Saiyan.
and they've just been nerfed to hell and they're nowhere near as cool. It's not uncommon for a living weapon switching sides to feel a bit like that. You know, you suddenly throw this uber powerful character into the ensemble, and to keep up the tension, writers will like nerf them in some way. It's just less compelling. I've got 2 videos on fight scenes and on overpowered characters, which I think would be really helpful resources for this. Go check those videos out. But to give you some simple ideas here. 1, give the
Right up
living
to the
weapon
point a
characters
bullet goes
challenges
through that
which counter
sack,
their
letting
strengths,
all his
like
gas
Violet
out.
having to be empathetic when she writes letters. 2, structure your fight scenes with multiple objectives, which allows several characters to play important roles.
I
and
never knew
creates
I could
dilemmas during
fart
combat
from my
because,
hip.
Of course, the overpowered character probably can't be everywhere. 3, using their power might be dangerous in itself, creating a dilemma about whether it's worth the risk getting them involved. All of these are just way more interesting than nerfing them. The last kind of living weapon character is the kind who does not realize they are a weapon. Narratively, these characters can become a mystery, with their power slowly unfolding, it being a source of tension without them even realizing it. Sometimes we might know that they're powerful as the reader, but the characters around them don't. And if we know that they're dangerous, but others haven't quite seen it yet, we only see their potential for violence maybe, you can create this sort of sword of Damocles hanging over the head of the story, you know, this potential for violence that we know is going to explode at some point. All of this can make it really satisfying when eventually we do see them unleash their power, embrace it, or realize it. In Firefly and Serenity, it's continuously hinted that River is this incredible deadly weapon created by the Alliance, but it isn't really until the end of the film that we get to see her in full force. Throughout it, we get these hints, and she feels like a bit of a ticking time bomb, so when it finally goes off, it's not only a radical shift in the story and in the plot and kind of like what we're imagining is going on, but we get to see this character as a spectacle. And I say that because, let's be honest, a lot of living weapon characters are spectacles. They're fun to watch. They kill a lot of people. They're lightning quick. It's just a lot of fun to see them, good or bad. It's thrilling, heart-pumping to see a character at the full extent of their abilities, hero or villain, to see capable characters doing what they're good at. But it can also be devastating when the character, for example, has resisted violence or doesn't want to be violent, has to be violent in order to help their friends, or if they've worked a long time to not be violent, accidentally giving into that. That hurts. You can't take that back in a sense. And so the question I want to ask you as the writer is a little bit behind that. It's a step behind the violence and the spectacle. How are we meant to feel about watching this? Is it meant to be a spectacle, or is it meant to be sad? Is it horror wrapped up in neon lights? Is it 2 battle axes being wielded by a child soldier? So you've got characters who make themselves into weapons or are made into weapons by others, but then there are characters who do not even realize they are weapons. Ender's Game by Orson Scott Card features a kid trained to be a godlike military commander who is tricked into slaughtering an entire alien race while he believes it to be a simulation. His breaking point, like Shinji, is very quiet. He doesn't spark a vengeful tirade. Instead, he sets out to make amends, and the sequel, Speaker for the Dead, involves a significant subplot of Ender trying to help the last Formic queen find a new place to live. And when faced with a new alien life form, he seeks to fully understand them and empathize with them before making any rash decisions, to allow himself to play any part in violence
shadow
against
of
people
the
he doesn't fully
Colossus.
understand. Don't just think about the most exciting plot way for the living weapon character to snap, but the most meaningful. Part 4, The Greater Evil. All of this brings us to a constant through line with all of these characters. They almost always exist in the shadow of some other character or organization, or even an entire world which created them. The Alliance, the Tyrell Corporation, the pernicious streets of Hanoi, the Great War, humanity's prejudice. It's impossible for their journey of healing or revenge or switching sides to not be, at least in some way, a reflection on what created them. The Alliance's secretive and desperate need for control, the Tyrell Corporation's utter disdain for sentient life, the Chinese government's desire to rewrite history. 36th Street sees Lin find no real resolution, no happy ending.
That random Chinese shit in there, that was
journey
pretty
to
funny.
becoming a weapon is reflective of this violent world she's had to survive in, and of Vietnam's history in particular. See, the book is set in northern Vietnam following its occupation by China, and a lack of moral resolution, the inability to live at peace, is presented as an inherent part of life under occupation. How can she find resolution when Vietnam itself can't? It's still occupied, and the world itself is so caught up in this violence that she inevitably falls towards it. Nappa also uses a fundamental part of her becoming a weapon, that is, erasing her memories and her past, as an analog for Vietnam suppressing its own traumatic history of resistance. Centuries of fighting the Chinese, the French, the Imperial Japanese, the Americans, suppressing it with patriotic narratives, their own kind of lie. The monstrosity of what was done to our people, evil, the industrial scale murder, the deployment of technologies which reap grotesque distortions upon bodies and minds and nature itself, hidden, denied, wiped, forgotten. But the final act of forgetting is the most audacious and most necessary. We have to choose to do it. We must sleepwalk into the eternal present without a past to guide us, without a dream of future to lead us. Only then will we be conquered. Without memory, we lose the vitality of our resistance, Lin. We lose the strength given to us, transmitted from our past. Like Vietnam, Lin suppression is not an effective way to survive and thrive in this world, merely a way for us to sleepwalk into an eternal present, leaving behind our traumas without really processing them. The greater evil is the bloody and eternal struggle Vietnam finds itself trapped in once more, constantly fighting from out under a new boot and wishing it need not remember all it has lost and suffered. Living Weapon characters play with big ideas, identity and trauma and memory and violence and freedom and agency, and all of these apply to a lot of other contexts. Consider whether you want to use them and their journey as some analog or reflection of a greater journey as well. No character exists in a vacuum. They exist in relation to other people, in relation to their setting, as all people do. And as you position your characters in their story, you're naturally going to be building themes. But these characters can also be fun and interesting and complex without some grand heel turn or what does it mean to be human story. Like, Master Chief has a very understated but quite emotive relationship with Cortana, an AI, another constructed being like himself and something akin to a love story. These stories are often less about pushing back against their conditioning and more about who they can be while still fulfilling their role as a weapon. Like, he never questions that. Part 5. The Chosen One is a weapon. In Black Sun by Rebecca Roanhorse, Serapio is chosen as the vessel of the Crow God, molded into this Chosen One through ritualistic scarring and even blinding, not unlike the physical and mental alterations we've seen in every other story we've discussed today. Serapio and other characters in the story are almost unwillingly caught up in this divine conflict, plucked out of nothing and used as tools in the greater war at hand. Chosen Ones are, by nature, forged into weapons by others, by powerful entities, by will and fate and destiny for cosmological conflicts of which they had no real choice in. And yet,
someone decides to kill you, hope they're an evil person. An evil person will gloat and torment you, giving you more time to turn the tables. A good person decides you must die, just does it.
What makes
it reminds me of the end of The Departed when Mark Wahlberg just walks in and just shoots Matt Damon.
Being this weapon, the cost of
just
letting go of this power, of breaking the chains of destiny and
I know what I'm doing. I don't need no shit.
It takes those
no words, no nothing.
We have
just walks in, shoots him, walks out.
Turns it on its head.
Fucking
in a world of fallible gods,
epic
like
ending.
Even just a world of free-thinking humans, the question of whether that destiny, whether that power should be invested in a single person, and whether that should override your free will, your right to live at peace, is something we often don't really address in these stories. It's not all that different to the last human child, told they would end this war with the Spliced, nor with River and Serenity, that she would keep the Alliance safe. Part 6. Dehumanization. The overarching theme, which comes through again in these stories over and over, is dehumanization. And I want to talk about that because I think what makes these characters unique is how bodily that dehumanization often is. Having your body or your mind used against you is violating in a way that, say, throwing you in prison isn't. These characters often have little of themselves to retreat to, little of themselves that others aren't entitled to, and so freedom isn't just about discovering who you want to be, but it's about carving out a sense of privacy in a sense of boundaries. But we can capture that dehumanization in really interesting ways on a line-by-line level, and nobody's better for this than Margaret Atwood in The Handmaid's Tale, which isn't about someone turned into a weapon, but they are turned into a womb. I used to think of my body as an instrument of pleasure, or a means of transportation, or an implement of the accomplishment of my will. There were limits, but my body was nevertheless lithe, single, solid, one with me. Now the flesh arranges itself differently. I'm a cloud, congealed around a central object, the shape of a pear, which is hard and more real than I am, and glows red within its translucent wrapping. Look at how she separates Offred's body from Offred as a person. It's spoken of as a separate object. It is more real than she is. She is alienated not only in her society, but in her own body, and even in the structure of Atwood's writing. The book also very intentionally refuses to reveal Offred's true name, Offred being the name given to her by the dystopian society of Gilead, meaning of Fred, the man she is meant to serve. There becomes this level of alienation and dehumanization even between her and us as the reader. If you're writing about a character rediscovering their identity, their sense of self, then maybe they're also rediscovering their own body. That part of this is about privacy. It's about putting up boundaries. It's
Kind of like
about
with
being
Usai
able to
accepting
withhold
that he's
parts of
human in a
themselves
world
that
where
they
there are no
never
other
could
species
before.
like
But
him.
if you're writing
How
about
do
being
you,
used by
like,
someone
you know,
else, this level of
if the meaning of life is to
dehumanization, then
procreate, how do you
maybe consider
procreate if you're the only
abstracting
fucking
their
of your
actions
species?
from their mind. One way to do this is actually with passive voice, which is typically regarded as bad writing because this is where the object is doing the thing rather than being acted upon. But it can be really interesting because if you say the man was killed as opposed to she killed the man, it creates this abstraction which almost kind of removes the choice from her. There are all sorts of interesting ways to do this. Ender's Game and Speak of the Dead resonate in part because of how Card employs narrative symmetry between our living weapon and the supposed antagonists, the Formics, the buggers. The aliens are dehumanized and later described as being as alive and wise as any man, and whose genocide nobody thought to call a crime, and all of that dehumanization can kind of be exported and placed on Ender at the same time. This is how humans are. We question all our beliefs except the ones that we really believe in, and those we never think to question. Dehumanization is something in the sense which we do passively, which we do unthinkingly, and if that's the case, then humanization is something we have to actively put effort into. We have to choose to do. But because of that, the human mind is really good with coming up with ways to rationalize dehumanization. Why even interview us? Why toy with us? Because at least then they could allow themselves the delusion of compassion. This is from a story about synthetic humans who have to go through an interview in order to be granted human rights, in order to prove that they're sentient, not knowing that they are never going to succeed, and yet they still hold the interviews. Why? To placate and soothe their conscience, knowing what they're doing. The delusion of compassion, the way we still convince ourselves that what we're doing is somewhat okay in some way. The reason I bring this up is if you're placing a character in a world where dehumanization is something they face every single day, then the flip side of that is that delusion of compassion. It is how we rationalize that cruelty. It's how we rationalize that dehumanization despite being and believing we're fully human ourselves. And that passage is actually from a story that I wrote. It's being published in Diabolical Plots, I think. I don't know if it's out yet, but if you want to read my writing, then go get Labyrinth, I promise, because it's got so much more. But let's bring all this into a summary. 1. Living weapon characters explore the struggle between power and personhood. They can make fascinatingly imposing antagonists and compelling protagonists, with becoming the weapon often as a way to reclaim a sense of agency. 2. One of the best ways to explore a character is to force them into a situation where their strengths, weaknesses, and skills no longer really apply. 3. These characters often explore what it means to be human, especially as they lose or rediscover parts of themselves. 4. The breaking point is often triggered by exposure to some new thing, which brings down this house of cards they use to justify their violence and their abuse. This radical shift in the plot can force the story in a wholly new direction with high personal stakes. Use it. 5. Revenge plays a huge role in these stories, but revenge, like power, like becoming a weapon, is a dehumanizing force a lot of the time. 6. Given these characters play with big ideas of identity and violence and agency, consider how you can use them as a microcosm of broader issues in your world and story. 7. Dehumanization is a powerful force in these stories and their worlds. Think of how you can reflect that on a line-by-line level. 8. Go get Labyrinth. Stay nerdy, and I will see you on the Kickstarter.
True. Oh, all right. Well, that's another. I mean, that definitely gave me a lot to think about as far as like, because I'm like, is Husai in this way a living weapon? He technically is a living weapon because Gaia created him to be a certain way, right? Like, he's genetically engineered. Like, everything about him is technically fake. And at points, he's going to go against Gaia as well. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes. But now we have Stoner Girl Evolution. Chapter 3. Okay, so the end of chapter 2, basically the character gets captured because they were trespassing. So in this chapter, because of the actions of the character and the like place getting out of hand, because it's like a sanctuary, basically they try to burn the entire place down, and it's like their final contingency plan of like keeping everything together is burning the place down. And this is where the character learns about smoking weed, because they inhale the smoke, but because they have the voice in their head, it tells them that they can cast magic. So they like inhale and they're like, fireball, what? And then they cast a fucking fireball and they're like, what the fuck? But then it's like they're smoking so many different plants, it's like all of this list of all this magic that you can cast, and they basically just go crazy casting all these spells, and then they notice that, like, you know, the fibers in their arms and stuff are like changing and they're turning. So it's like all this comes into play right now. She created all life, didn't she? So Husai being unique doesn't make him any different from the progenitors of all the other races. But he's unique in the way that Gaia wouldn't intervene in changing the biology of a species. She would just let nature do its thing. But if she does that, then the monarch is gonna win. And Anima's gonna win. As well as the sympathy she has for the avians and the insectoids, because they're a genetically engineered race as well, but not as perfect as Husai, because Husai is in the image of Gaia herself. I'm like so into this. I'm like, did I even take a tote? Three, two, one, tote! And I guess the best way to say it is, Sean, that it's not that Gaia created life, it's that Gaia gave life consciousness. And through consciousness, it allowed evolution to basically have a direction, right? Like, it's like it installed the intelligent design into the world. But that's like the extent of what she did. It was like starting a process, not actually intervening in it. So Husai is and the other species, like the avians and the insectoids, are very interesting species overall. Tried to call out. And jingle keys. The door swung open. Oh man. Pick green ones. Paper. And I did not. Yes. Rips blood. And my mom spoke strange language. He spoke, the words twisted in my head, and the voice translated. Several minutes felt only natural to hear two languages at once. And that explains how she can communicate with people, basically. Thought about my words came only to be cut off by my own speech. What the hell was that? Thought to myself. Sounds in my voice did not match thoughts in my head. What the hell am I and what's going on? What I meant to say. Aren't I assumed he was guard. There's nothing certain. If it isn't about his attire other than threats. Leg flower is spread hundreds years protection broken you are
center flame. Magistrate of the order. Speak with you against all our protests. Clear you been sent the goddess to undo the work of men. Words will determine fate. Fate is not real. We make our probabilities. Goddess cannot. Oh. Man, this thing is broken. Yeah, that's it. It's broken. Look at it. It can't even tell you the most basic of things. Here, listen to me. I know what's going on. These guys think they can trick you. Confessing, contaminating this great protected garden. But they are right, so listen to me and get the hell out of here. Conflict with the voices in my head. One translating word. One growing truth. Another babbling. And stumbling over its thoughts. Madness is being planted in my mind. Purgatory of my own making. Death by plant. Not just in one life, but another. So what the hell is a plague flower? Flower that devoured the seed you brought to this world with you. Pulls the genetic makeup of whatever it codes it into them with the plant hybrid you release, the ability to spread has been unlocked. Yeah, it's just gonna give you some long-winded shit about the history of this. You just need to know that when it ate that seed, it broke a line of containment that prevented plants from gaining any food but insects. Them from multiplying. They needed a fertilizer, but they were all out of range, and without a pollen mechanism due to the evolution through eating insects, they were essentially sterile. That is how they have been kept under wraps for 400 years. You unleashed them. Now the ultimate contingency plan has been enacted. Didn't really have time to absorb some new information. I was the cause of this, though. It was not my intention, so... Guess I'm at your mercy, Miss Voice. Tell them to take you the source, and you can prevent further spread. Supposed to do that. There is no way to stop spread. Fire will not consume it. Wait, what? So, we're doomed? How can fire not stop it? Roots. Yeah, this thing is annoying. Just turn off already. Yeah, they get down nice and deep. They have most likely spread beyond the containment wall. You play your part, right? You can get out of here, though. Just tell them. Thank you. The source. I was dragged into a large hall with a mass soldiers running in all directions. What looked like officials in special garb. One man standing in front of a magnificent chair, throne fit for king. But kings, no ordinary man. Spoke to me. Soft vehemence in his voice. Not directed at me, but the situation itself. He would be the one. He had been the one to let the flag flowers. It's his watch to maintain. I don't want to say peace. I already used containment so many times. I don't even care. Containment. It's not important. It's not important. Getting the ideas down on the page is what's important.
Oh shit, Ellen writes, yo, what's up everyone? Yo, how's it going? Perfect timing. We're writing right now. Stoner Girl Evolution, Chapter 3. We're getting to the good point where we're about to get into the reveal of how the magic system works. And the main character kind of going balls, dick, retarded fuck. Just all balls to the walls, hell breaking loose kind of shit. Raid! Thank you for the raid! Welcome everyone! I'm Intoxication. Welcome to the stream. We do a little bit of reading, a little bit of writing, a little bit of art, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of creativity up in here and everywhere. We do what we got. And yeah, so right now we are just writing Stoner Girl Evolution, our isekai satire. And we'll get to see, you get to see the most unique use of magic in a system that I think I've ever heard of or come up with. I absolutely love the way that I've set this up. I sighed, confused and shaken. But the outcome seemed to be in the voice's favor, which meant it would be mine by proxy. I was led. Oh shit, Stella! Thank you for the follow. How's it going, Stella? What you up to?
Hi, sweetie. The hatred was just telling me you used to arch command
down
and thinks he'd be a perfect match for us.
Through doors and halls, more stairs and doors,
What? When did you
more
start
halls.
1989-ish.
So you have been lying.
And
Now
then
makes sense to build ashtrays
giant
and burning
door.
pine-scented
As we
hairspray.
I'll say
came
it. Her 3-pack-a-day voice.
into the foyer of the Grand Castle, scope of the building became clear to me. We had only been in the basement. Those 4 or 5 levels were all underground. Now, on the main level, sunlight poked through the parapet above. Grand door led to the main courtyard of the compound. Air coming burnt, thick smell, flame and ash. Then gust of wind and sparks. And smoke, thick and gray, looming over the walls of dark towers just above the main gate's entrance. The gate stood open. Soldiers ran to and fro with buckets. Lines crisscross through the courtyard. Soldiers. What's the word? I don't know the word. I know there's a word for it. Emptied
content of the outer water wells. The aqueduct system of the outer walls used to feed the gardens and fruit trees sprouted through a large courtyard. Coughing soldiers and the sound of hissing water proved how close flames had come. The ultimate plan would be to burn this place to the ground. It was always meant to be, but to watch it myself, the voice seemed to cut off its own accord, as if the next word would be a mistake. Thought in my mind is the second or third time the information this voice giving me very select. Also, how do I spell I don't know. It irked me that thought of itself as clearly the superior being in this body. Passive, undertoned voice of knowledge in a loud, picky, impatient, I don't know how to say it. Like, not active, but something else. Loud, picky, impatient, active approach. The world, least from what I had seen so far. Who to trust? Not even myself at this point. I have no choice as the one with the least knowledge. Keep in mind I am a tool to these beings. Whatever. Akashic field interface. Knowledge. Information, not knowledge. Thing so useless. I wish we could turn it off. Felt as if I could speak the images of the embodiment of these voices. He what I wanted. Huh. Look with that, sweetie. I am here to stay. Maybe even longer than you. There's a hinge. It's like hope, but it's not. So it's like, what's like a really dark way of saying that? Expectation. My musings were broken by the man shouting for the guards to release me, telling me to walk out into the flames, and only by my sacrifice did they stop. Correct. These people are primitives. This information, I will give you that. Shut up. I don't need you going off on everything. I get it. We get it. Right? Guess so. Thought I move towards the gate. Heat now starting to rise. I could see flames tearing across the flames. The liquid that the soldiers were spraying is not water as I had assumed. It is flammable liquid. They were the ones who were forcing the fire hotter, heavier, larger, all consuming. Well, I'm watching your streaming. It's really good. It seems like you're very passionate about it. You got some great ideas for you. Like, can I have some crazy custom art stuff for your channel with affordable prices? You mean like this? Where is it? Oh, there's too many of these. Grab his dick and twist it!
Because I mainly do YouTube. So if you're interested, I need thumbnails. Because our thumbnails are shit. So yeah, we could use some thumbnails. Yeah, I don't know. You think you can do better, Stella? Ears itchy as shit. But either the thumbnails are shit or something else is shit, because no one's clicking on our shit. Nobody's giving us nothing, and we're getting all like, well, it is what it is. Okay, are you guys ready? This is it. This is the moment of truth. I'm gonna take a toke, and then all hell is basically going to break loose. Oh. And it's all gonna happen in like less than 4 seconds. Three, two, one, toke! Okay. Okay, so how are we gonna do this? Activate Fireball, Storm, Wind, Ultra Fall, Hail, Spike,
Water hose. Thunderclap. No. You don't need them all, idiot. Give the instructions. He has no idea how to cast. My mind was blurring, a high-pitched whine almost absorbing my mind. I recognized it. Smoke burning in my lungs, my head pounding, something calling back of my mind, a calm, distant life, pulling my mind away from reality. Buzz like bee bouncing in my skull. My voice acted on its own, a talking fit, blew smoke from my lungs. There it exploded with heat from my hands. A flame scorched across the haze. Blue smoke side. Roaring flames, the field in full spew, and the clouds above congregated, and as if fired from cannons of heaven themselves, sharp icicles of hail rained down on flames, exploding water droplets across my entire vision. Smoke blown free in the charred, broken ground around me, unleashed. Can you please drop your Discord? You can just do Discord command? Here you go. Gust of wind so strong it knocked me off my feet. The water tornadoed. Water and wind spun into a hurricane and unleashed its fury upon the fire. Gasped as I felt the hairs on my arm almost harden. splotches of my skin burning as they wrinkled and calloused like wood. Some places withering frailly, blistering like petals. Scream as I tried to contain the pain. What had I just done?
And that's end of chapter 3. Yeah, because the whole idea is that basically weed combined with these flowers, if you smoke it, gives you a magic spell. And each flower has like a different spell attached to it based upon the whatever it is that like the plague flower devoured. So every type of fauna and every type of flora is basically like assigned a spell. And if while you have the smoke in your lungs while you're smoking it, you can cast the spell. Fucking ads! Goddamn ads! Fuck yeah! I'm not a fan of ads. Are you a fan of ads? I don't like to have my ads, but I'll tell you it's not so bad. Why do I have the ads? Oh, it is what I do, but don't worry about me. I got you! Right? We got ads. So that's like perfect timing too, right? Everything is just lining up perfectly. But yeah, so they're gonna... Yeah, this shit was fucked. Because they're gonna think there's something, like, fucked with her, right? Because we're in a place where no one can cast magic. Be like, well, okay, so you're invading us from, obviously, the religious place, because you can cast magic, and everyone knows the only way to cast magic is through faith in the goddess. So you obviously are part of the religion that we literally came here to try and fucking escape the war of. And you destroy everything. So it's like, well, what the fuck is wrong with you? But it's kind of all, like, you know... Half of it's coincidence and half of it is planned. Right? Like, the magic spells weren't planned, but everything else was. And her, like, surviving it is everyone's like, whoa, okay, that wasn't supposed to happen. You were supposed to go up there and die. Because for some reason you weren't the one, but they're like now thinking, you know what? Maybe there could be, So that's when, after this happens, then the king disappears. Everyone's like, well, what the fuck happened to the king? Because he was like, oh shit, I gotta go tell my buddy this. We gotta go have an emergency meeting and shit. But yeah, so she literally cast all of these spells at the same time, except Thunderclap didn't go off. And Water Hose didn't go off. But she cast Fireball, Stormwind. So Fireball was the initial flame. Stormwind was the wind. Ultrafall was the gravity that caused the hail spikes to fall. And then everything coalesced into like the explosion thing to spread the water everywhere. and then just she never got the chance to cast Water Hose or Thunderclap because she was interrupted too fast. Because she can only cast the spell while the smoke is in her lungs, and then she coughed the smoke out. And the whole point is that you're getting high while you're doing this. So it's like you have this kind of dissonance there of her mind just kind of like going like, ooh, and be like, oh shit, right, I gotta cast that spell. Fireball! But I think I forgot to say that the words escape her mouth at some point in time because... Oh no, it says it right there. My voice acted on its own as a coughing fit. So she was invoking these before she made it through on its own. Fireball. Stormwind. Ultrafall. Hail Spike. The last two words. Falling short. As a coughing fit blue. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Yeah, that's the only editing I'm doing because I knew I forgot to put that in there. And that just makes it, like, the character has to say the words. They have to say the spell in order to invoke the spell, but you have to say it while your lungs are full. So try and talk while you're taking a toke, right? It's just we're gonna do a thing here, and this is probably gonna kill us because this is not easy to do. But we're gonna end the stream after this because we're pretty much done anyways. So it doesn't matter if we die, and we already had the ad, so we're good to go. So thank you guys. But yeah, so this is what it would be like if you had to cast a spell. Fireball! 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 Oh. That's not only the debilitating cough, there's also the fact of using the magic destroys your body. You slowly turn into whatever black you cast the spell out. That's why your skin gets all fucked up and shit. And the more spells you cast at a time, the more that it takes an effect. Oh, alright, well. Thanks for coming by, thanks for hanging out, thanks for being here, guys. You guys are fucking amazing. And remember, never stop being you, never stop creating, never stop imagining. Always put yourself out there. No one can ever put you down because no one's in your head. They're putting you down when they fucking jealous. That's what I think. So remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Oh, I fucked that up. It's about to happen every now and then, right? Anyways, we will be back again tomorrow, as always. But for now, who we raided? Man, my voice is fucked after doing that. I think we got a new one. Hold on, let's see here. Actually, you know what? We're gonna raid one. We're gonna raid Rowan. We gonna raid Rowan! Alright, get your user ready! Here we go.
It was beautiful. Oh, that was a weird noise. Raiders, welcome in. Hello. Scotty, how are you doing? Welcome in, folks. If you don't know me, my name is Rowan. I am a professional writer, and and my brain is dead and goes blank at random times, like right now.
Damn.
So
All right, fuck you
hi.
guys. Peace.